She's here. She's Rachel and Marianne are remote. And any help you guys can get to.
It being at 7 o'clock, can I admit the waiting room?
Laura. Yes, remote Laura.
What bad luck. What's blocking my light?
Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
Recording in progress.
I guess we're sharing the screen tonight. The big screen.
Yeah, right.
Why is my room so dark?
That's because we're out in the rural areas. Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the March 16th, 2023 City Council meeting. I am City Council President Jim Nash, and I will be presiding this evening.
You have to unmute. There you go.
Should I start over?
They didn't hear what you just said. So
Okay, I'll start over. All right. First glitch of the evening. Welcome to the March 16th, 2023 City Council meeting. I am City Council President Jim Nash, and I will be presiding this evening. Before we begin, I want to let everyone know that this meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. Tonight, our agenda has us holding a public hearing on the Mayor's Capital Improvement Program, or SIP. To fund these important projects, we will be considering 11 financial orders. If you are interested in the very serious facilities and systems that hold our city together, our SIP discussion will be of great interest to you. There are also other financial orders on our agenda as well, one of which includes funding for outdoor entertainment this summer for downtown and Florence. We will also be discussing traffic changes near the high school to improve safety, one to remove parking to allow bike lanes, and another to create a school zone. If you sense something different tonight, you might be aware we are functioning in a hybrid meeting format, meaning this meeting is being both held in person and remotely over Zoom. For the month of March, we are holding our full City Council meetings in this hybrid format to help us assess how we want to proceed after March 31st, when the governor's order allowing remote participation expires. We will be discussing our thoughts on this towards the end of our meeting. Feedback on your experience is welcome as we try this out. I want to thank the folks who have done so already. Write us, call us, speak at public comment. We want to hear your thoughts. I want to extend a special thanks to Northampton Open Media for their efforts to make this hybrid meeting possible. I now call the City Council to order. Laura, can you please take the roll remotely?
Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Gore.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
And Councillor Perry.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. All right, we have an echo going on.
Yeah, we turn the audio off.
Okay. All right. So we have first some announcements about some public hearings. Announcement of a public hearing on administrative order per Northampton Charter 6-1, Organization of City Agencies. The Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 30th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in Council Chambers at 212 Main Street, Northampton, on an administrative order. The City Council will consider a proposed amendment to the City of Northampton Administrative Code, Part 2, Multiple Member Appointive Organization, Section 9.0, Council on Aging to reduce the number of members from 15 to 9. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. And then we have the announcement of another public hearing. The Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on a date and time to be determined relative to the FY 2024 water and sewer rates, and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. Stay tuned, we will have more information about that, but we wanted people to be aware that public hearing will likely happen in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Which brings us to our public hearings for this evening. And Laura, do we know if Vincent is here?
Don't see Vincent, but just want to know other representative from National Grid is here. If anyone else is present, if you could raise your hand, so we'll know. I'm not expecting anyone, but just in case someone was able to come.
And Laura,
I
the
don't-
recommendation was, oh, I see somebody's hand raised, Ellen Brown?
That was for public comment.
Oh, that's
believe.
for public
Yeah.
comment. Yeah, so I'm going to ask
Yeah.
the people not raise their hands yet, because we're looking for somebody from National Grid.
Right. And I think the idea, if nobody was in attendance, was to open and continue the hearing to a date and time certain to our next meeting, March 30th at 7 PM.
Okay. So based on that, I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing. Let me read what it is here. Public hearing on item 22.19, National Grid Verizon poll petition for North Main Street. Per Mass General Law, Chapter 66, Section 22, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 16th at 7 PM on National Grid's poll petition to install 2 jointly owned stub poles on North Main Street. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. I will entertain a motion.
Make a motion
Move
to
it.
open the hearing.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Labarge and
Second.
seconded by Counselor Moulton. All right, any discussion on opening the public hearing? All right, Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes,
Counselor Maori,
Yeah.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing on this poll petition is now open, and the recommendation from Director LaScalia with DPW is that unless we have firm commitments from National Grid that they can adhere to their recommendations, that we continue this public hearing to our next meeting on the 30th.
And just as a point of information, the reason no representative is present is because the team is on storm duty.
Correct. Thank you, Laura. So,
Move to continue the public hearing until March 30th?
Second?
okay, motion made by Counselor Jarrett and seconded by Counselor Maori.
I'm trying to mix it up here
No, it's
between
good. It's like
I
sounds
wanna
coming from all
challenge you,
directions. Yeah.
And just since it has to be a time certain also, is 7 o'clock okay? Understood?
Yes, thank you, Laura. So the motion is to continue it to 7 o'clock on the 30th.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on continuing this to the 30th? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
yes,
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay. The public hearing on item 22.199, National Grid's Verizon poll petition for North Main Street has been continued to March 30th at 7 p.m. Okay, next, at 7:05 p.m., are we there yet? Yes, okay. We holding a public hearing on the Northampton Capital Improvement Program for FY 2024 through FY 2028 in accordance with Article 7, Section 7.5 of the Charter of the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 16th, 2023 at 7:05 p.m. in City Council chambers at the Walter J. Polchowski Municipal Building at 212 Main Street, Northampton, MA. The City Council will consider the capital improvement program for FY 2024 through FY 2028 and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. The SIP is available for inspection online. Okay, a motion to open the SIP public hearing.
Move to
Motion to
open the
open.
public hearing.
Second.
I'm going to give Counselor Gore the motion. Counselor Labarge, do you want to second the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay.
I'll third it.
So a motion made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Labarge to open the public hearing. Any discussion on opening the public hearing? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay. The public hearing is now open, and we welcome the mayor of Northampton, who is here to present the capital improvement program.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, councilors. I'm very happy to present the Capital Improvement Program this evening for FY 2024 to FY 2028. The city charter requires the mayor every year to create a 5-year roadmap or plan of the potential capital needs of the city across all departments and schools, and to submit it 120 days prior to the start of a new fiscal year. And the city council is then required to hold a public hearing and adopt the 5-year program by resolution. The goal of the program is to map out the upcoming fiscal year's capital improvements and funding, and to be able to show a blueprint or beginning planning for how the city could fund the out years for the capital needs projects that the city needs to plan for in the next 5 years. It's a renewing plan, and each year it is updated and extended a year. There's a detailed narrative at the beginning of the plan that I'll go over a little bit. So to define a capital improvement is a physical public improvement involving a facility. Oh, I just turned, sorry. I was trying to get the glare off my iPad and I turned it right off. So physical public improvement involving a facility, parcel of land, or piece of major equipment with an estimated useful life of 5 years or more and a cost of $10,000 or more. Capital expenses include such things as buildings, new or additions, major renovations or improvements that extend the useful life of the building of at least 10 years, land acquisitions, equipment, including IT hardware and software, vehicles, new construction of major improvements, and repairs to infrastructure that must, again, extend the life at least 10 years, paving and feasibility studies or engineering design services for potential future capital improvements. It is a significant process to get to this 433-page document. It begins late summer, early fall, when department heads are asked to submit ranked requests. We worked with our former Energy and Sustainability Officer, Chris Mason, to substantially update the form that department heads fill out this year. The previous year, before I became mayor, there had been a first experiment on incorporating questions about greenhouse gas emissions and reductions into the form, and asking how projects fit into our goals, or what the impact of the project would have on them. I would say, based on the forms we got back last year, that they weren't quite filled out or sort of understood as robustly as I would have liked. So I identified some things that I want to change to really get the departments to engage with the form and answer the questions, and to push to really conceptualize these projects as fitting within our goals. Thinking about it in this way, it was sort of a precursor to the idea or first imagining of CAPA, the new department that we've just started. So taking our projects and needs and making sure that they fit and further our goals is what we were going for with this, and of course what we're going for with climate action and project administration. So I worked with Chris and Charlene, and we rewrote the form and created drop-downs and attached it to regeneration, resilience, and the impact and effect on greenhouse emissions, and asked for the information, policy, or plan that backs up its inclusion and how it will further our goals. And then I asked Chris to please assist departments to think about their projects this way and help with any questions that they had. I'm very grateful to him for doing this, which was one of his last big projects that he did for the city. Then, once we had the forms, Finance Director Nardi met with the Ad Hoc Capital Planning Committee, which consists of a City Council representative, thank you, Councilor Elkins, a school committee representative, which was at-large member Aileen Davis, and 3 appointees, one being a member of the Planning Board, which was Melissa Fowler this year, Megan Murphy-Wolf, who has long served on the committee, and Rob Osberg stepped off last year after serving for 20 years, and we were very grateful this year that Randy Krotowski joined the committee and was part of it. So thank you to the committee for their time and their diligence and their thoughtfulness. Department heads and those responsible for maintaining capital investments then presented to the committee, and so they presented their requests and fielded questions, and then the committee made recommendations. Then Director Nardi worked to put together the funding of the projects based on the capital improvement program submissions from the departments, the recommendations from the committee, and the availability of funding. This process involves going back to department heads for clarification, and depending on funding, sometimes asks them to reevaluate what's absolutely critical this year and perhaps what can be pushed off. If projects were submitted for 1 year, but pushed to a later year, this was always done in consultation with the departments. The guidelines and policy that the city follows to build and fund the program, including any bonding that is needed, are outlined in the book and the program. As part of the plan, administrators go through the city's funding systems and policies, ensure that any debt taken on is sustainable, and that spending conforms to best practices as set by the Department of Revenue and outside bonding agencies. Bonds are to be paid back within a period not to exceed the expected useful life of the capital project and must remain within the statutory limits in Mass General Law. And before bonding long-term debt is used, the impact on the total annual operating budget of the city needs to be analyzed to ensure that it is sustainable. Regarding reserve funds and why we have them and why can't we just use them or use them for compounding recurring expenses like salaries, in this plan we see that there are a lot of large expense needs that need to be budgeted for outside of our general fund. Some of them are to fund our goals that the city and the council have worked on and established and reaffirmed, like those in the Sustainable Northampton Plan, and some are put upon us by unfunded mandates and requirements from the state and federal levels. We need to plan and budget for them in the short and in the long term. Reminder from that chart that we saw at the end of January in the joint presentation that 10 years ago in FY13, there were almost no funds in any stabilization account in the city of Northampton. And the capital stabilization account was at a rock bottom low of $4,684. That was in 2011, it hit that low. Capital improvement projects, again, are projects that are over $10,000, so nothing was getting funded out of that. And to be able to maintain assets and move projects forward, whether because it's what the community supports or because they're things that are mandated, was very hard to bring to fruition at that time when we did not have these stabilization accounts. And to borrow to do some of these projects at that time would have been at a much higher rate and therefore cost to taxpayers than the lowest rate that we now benefit from, being that we're at the highest bond rating. So starting in FY14 with the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Plan, the city began making annual contributions to the Capital Stabilization Fund and has been able to maintain doing that with a brief pause in 21 because of the financial impact of the pandemic. So the funding sources for this program are outlined in the plan. The city primarily relies on one-time funding sources such as the undesignated fund balance, capital stabilization, parking receipts which fund capital projects for the parking system. Other funding sources you'll see represented in Appendix B and in the orders are revolving funds, reprogrammed funds, funds remaining from other projects, grant or gift funding, or state funding such as Chapter 90 for road work, and sale of land funds and bonds or borrowing. Excuse me. A source of funding for capital projects for the city's water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater and flood control systems are those systems enterprise funds. You see again this year a temporary source of capital funding in ARPA funds. Appearing on this capital plan is the $500,000 that the council has already allocated for the Northampton High School traffic safety improvements. As we've said, there will be significantly more funding needed for the next stages of the project, likely at least $3 million, but it needs its final engineering to have that total. The capital program this year consists of projects totaling $116,234,354 spread out over 5 years, with projects across city departments plus the 2 school districts. The recommended projects for the next fiscal year, FY24, total $36,034,187, which is made up of $27,838,200 of enterprise projects, and the balance of $8,195,987 are projects for all other departments, city and school and general DPW. The enterprise projects include the $16 million for the 2016 wastewater treatment plant and wastewater collection system upgrades, which began last summer, and is part of the $22.5 million borrowing that the City Council voted back in May of '22. Appendix A is a chart listing all the projects by department, which of the 5 years we are proposing the funding for them, and with each year getting a different colored column and the dollar amounts. You'll see that many of the projects are under central services for other departments, including NPS, Northampton Public Schools, as they are for building improvements. Same for IT, as they handle all ITS projects for all departments. Appendix B is organized by year, using the same colors assigned per year. So FY24 is that kind of salmon-y orange color and shows the funding sources per project. Appendix C are the submissions from each department head, which detail the projects. Again, these were submitted in the fall. And these are the forms that Chris Mason, Charlene, and I redid this year. And I think, and I hope you'll agree, that we got far more robust and comprehensive responses this year. We'll continue to work on this, and I look forward to having the Climate Action and Project Administration Department be deeply involved in next year's capital improvement program. For the Northampton Public Schools, this 5-year plan includes over $16 million in capital projects to be able to maintain our Northampton Public School buildings, move them towards carbon neutrality, as they are our largest source of fossil fuel use, and equipment purchasing to keep up educational equipment for classrooms. This is in addition to the $500,000 in ARPA funds for the high school traffic safety improvements. Appearing for the second year under ITS projects for Northampton Public Schools is the 21st Century Classroom Technology Project. This project was largely funded by the unrestricted $500,000 gift from Smith College given to the city in December 2021 to be used over 3 years, to be divided over 3 years to be used at the mayor's discretion, which could be directed for any use in the city. It was completely unrestricted. I've decided to direct it to in this current fiscal year and next fiscal year 24 to these technology needs in Northampton Public School classrooms to modernize classroom equipment, providing interactive digital teaching and learning solutions for each school. The Northampton Public Schools digital literacy and computer science team have been working on this project for over 4 years in collaboration with teachers and the administration. The first round of delivery and installation of the technology happened over winter break, when everyone was out of school, and there was a professional development day in January where the digital literacy and computer science team trained teachers on how to use this new technology. Also, after completing the net zero greenhouse gas planning and evaluation study for Bridge Street School, Leeds, and Jackson Street School, we're beginning to implement the decarbonization strategies in the older 50s wings of Jackson Street and Leeds, as this is our greatest opportunity to lower greenhouse gas emissions, as those are the lower steam-heated school wings. And also those 50s wings tend to be solid building envelopes that are very much worth preserving, but need a bit of insulation. The plan this year also includes an energy management system for Building C at Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School, which will move that building to a primary electric heating system. We've also continued to double the traffic calming and sidewalk budgets from previous years to $50,000, and we are continuing to invest in road repair and maintenance. I want to take a little time to talk about vehicles and a moment to really commend our departments. Last year and continuing forward, the focus is on making sure that all vehicles and projects are directed towards reducing the city's carbon footprint as we make improvements and replacements. I made a commitment that when an energy efficient or fossil fuel free option is available, we will purchase that, which often does come at a higher cost. I also made this commitment at a moment in time when it was extremely hard to get electric, hybrid, or really any vehicle. In general, we're still seeing supply chain holdups and materials and overall project increases. And we're definitely still seeing this in terms of vehicles, both in wait times and price increases, not just for specialized vehicles, but for all vehicles. I stubbornly, but I think responsibly stuck to that commitment when department heads came back to me and told me that there were just no vehicles available. They couldn't find them anywhere in the places that they normally would get vehicles. But then the departments and procurement really rose to the occasion. When our usual Massachusetts suppliers couldn't get us anything but gas-powered vehicles, we looked out of state. And I want to give really huge thanks to Chief Casper, who really scoured the eastern seaboard to find hybrid cruisers, and then used everything that she learned in that process to give tips and tricks to other departments to fulfill their orders for hybrid and electric vehicles. So we are continuing to explore all grant options and assistance for greening of fleets, and are trying to keep to that commitment. So with that, I will stop now and see if there are any questions. And we have many department heads that are here today that can answer specific questions. But first, before I stop, I want to give huge thanks to Finance Director Nardi, who spends months on this capital program. So thank you. And I also want to give a shout out to Court Klein in the mayor's office, who does amazing work to put this book together and bring all the components together, and even takes some of these photographs on the cover of it. So thanks to them and everyone in the mayor's office for all their hard work, and to all the departments for all of their hard work to fulfill the requests, go the extra mile, really think about these projects and how they help us meet our carbon neutrality goals. And with that, thank you. Look forward to talking more about some of these projects.
Excellent. So I'd like to outline how I'd like to proceed. First, I was remiss in outlining for folks that public comment will follow this public hearing, that according to the council rules, we have our hearings first, then we do public comment. So if you're waiting to make a public comment, it will follow this hearing. For this hearing, first, what I'd like to do is have councilors ask informational questions of the mayor and department heads. So if you've got questions, we will do that, and then we will open up the floor to the public. I'm going to ask the public if people are here to speak to the capital improvement program. Well, we have two members of the public here. If you just want to raise your hand, that is fine. And if you're remote, raise your hand as well, using your raised hand feature. And I'm going to limit the comment to 3 minutes. But also, if people want to share again for the CIP, that once we filter through folks, people can have another chance if they wish, if they have more ideas relative to the capital improvement program. So, with that now clear, councilors, are there any questions for the mayor? And first of all, I want to say, thank you, Mayor. This is great. This was incredibly detailed. Everything lined up as I went through things. I looked at this chart here, and it was, and the documentation was in the back and went into greater detail. I appreciated all of the, all of the greater, more information around, relating to climate change, and it would. Very well organized and well done. So,
Thank you, Council President.
With that in mind, all right, who wants to go first? I know you guys got questions. Don't make Councilor Labarge go first. All right, people are being. Councilor Labarge, I know you've got questions. Why don't you get us started?
Yes, I want to thank our mayor. She did a fantastic job going through our capital improvements book. I mean, every one of us counselors, I've had my book for 2 weeks, and there's a lot of information in this book, a lot. And it doesn't, you just can't get this book on a Friday and expect to come to city council on Thursday of learning all the knowledge that's in here. Mayor, you did an excellent job. I want to thank you for that. And also, Mayor, you have and have been very honest about energy efficient. And I'm very happy that you brought up about Chief Casper, of her stepping in and helping our city of getting the hybrid vehicles. We would not have known about that until you came forth. So I appreciate that, and I think she should be commended for that. And I'm very happy of what I have been hearing from you, Mayor, on the capital improvements plan. And I want to thank all your staff and everybody involved. Did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Councilor Labarge.
It is a little weird talking to, yeah, so, yes, we're getting used to being in this hybrid format and trying to interact here. Okay, Counselor Jarrett, I see your hand.
All right, thank you.
Dig in.
So yeah, just also want to appreciate all the work, all the information on the decarbonization and the efficiency and the seeking out of grants to cover some of these costs. I had a question about the roof repairs. Is there any concern about the ability to hold like solar panels in the future, or is that a structural concern? Like in doing these repairs, will we be able to add that ability, or are they already ready for that?
That's a good question. And if Director McCarthy, I think I saw Director McCarthy, sorry, it's hard.
He's here.
He is here.
Could we ask Director McCarthy to respond to that?
Sure.
Who's in charge of that?
Good evening.
All right, good.
Um,
Welcome, Pat.
Thank you. To answer your question, the main reason for the roof work is to prevent water penetration. There's not going to be any feasibility studies regarding structural ability to hold up solar panels at this time.
Okay. Thank you. And then the picture Main Street, the 200,000 in here, is that part of the ARPA funds that we already appropriated, the $1 million for the picture Main Street design, or will that be a separate order later?
Can you give me a page number? How to manage this is always hard.
Let's see, picture Main Street.
For the folks at home, we have a 400-page document.
Okay, this is on page 261.
Okay. And Director Mish, I think, is here too, who can feel free to jump in and answer as I pull it up.
Sure, I can do that, Mayor, if you'd like. Good evening. So this is planned out not for this year, but the second year out. So it's not in, so this is a 5-year plan. So this is year 2 of that, but it is not the same request or overlapping request as the ARPA. It actually is slated for after the design is already complete and we need to do construction at administration and oversight of the actual construction. So this money would be set aside for use during the construction process. where issues might come up, Mass DOT actually pays for the construction of the road, and they have their own engineers. But if conflicts come up during construction that were unforeseen, or things have to change in the field, we need to have our own engineers to talk to their engineers to make sure that whatever the solution is consistent with the overall goals and objectives of the design. And so it's important to have our engineer at the ready for that. And so we don't have any funds yet set aside for that purpose. The other funds were for getting us to that 100% design and bidding.
And apologies, Councilor Jarrett, because on the form it says FY24, but in the chart it's 25, so it's actually 25.
Yeah, that kind of,
Yeah.
that was one reason I
I'm
asked the
realizing why
question,
you
but
asked.
okay, it should say 25. Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Okay. Counselor Moulton, then Counselor Foster.
Thank you. I have a kind of a big picture question about the aging schools in Northampton. All of them have been in use for 50 or more years, and we put additions on them, on some of them. And as you pointed out, I mean, one of the themes of this year's capital improvement program is energy efficiency in the schools. We're talking about energy recovery ventilation systems, energy management systems, window replacement, roof insulation. There's, over the 5 years, millions of dollars going into the schools, which suggests to me that we're, as a community, committed to maintaining the 4 elementary, the 2 high schools, and JFK for some years to come. And you hinted at it when you talked about sort of the structural soundness of a particular wing at the school, at one of the schools. And I just want to make sure that we're certain that structurally the schools are viable for decades to come if we're putting all this money into this sort of retrofitting in terms of energy efficiency.
I mean, I think structurally the buildings are. The question is, what makes sense for the district, which is a school committee question. So I know that school committee members have brought up the possibility of discussing, what makes sense going forward. I've indicated that as we are making really significant capital investments in buildings, if they want to have a larger conversation, our enrollment has been going down. If they want to have a larger conversation, I would like them to have it sooner rather than later. And try and figure out what they think what direction the district should go in. But, when we've studied these buildings, we're trying to make investments in the places where we think make the most sense in terms of the heaviest carbon load and reducing it, but also the buildings that we think or the sections of the buildings that we think are really worth investing in.
Well, I think you're right in saying that a larger conversation, if it's to happen, needs to happen pretty quickly with this investment. And it's not, it's not a conversation only about the structural soundness of the buildings, but through sort of an equity lens, are we convinced that the 4 elementary schools, the facilities there are providing equitable educational opportunities for all our students, no matter which school they go to. So, I mean, that's not really a question. It's simply an observation that, yeah, if we're going to have that larger conversation, it needs to happen pretty soon before the investment of this much money.
I agree. It's definitely on my radar.
Counselor Foster.
Thank you, Counselor Nash. Chief of Staff Alan Wolf has been incredibly helpful to me. He actually answered almost all of my questions before tonight, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to flag a couple things. I know what incredible amount of work this is for all the department heads and the committee and you, thank you for all of that. And it was nice to see the traffic calming budget and the sidewalk budgets increase significantly, for the Transportation and Parking Commission. It's something that over the years is a little bit challenging in that so many residents come to us wanting traffic calming improvements on their street. And, you know, of course, there's prioritization with that throughout the city, but it's just nice to think that moving forward, there will be a little more opportunity to make improvements. So I'm really, really glad to see that. Another thing I just wanted to flag is the barriers on the 5th floor of the garage. I know I brought that to you a while ago, and really excited to see that in this plan moving forward. I understand it's a multi-year process, but really glad to see that.
It's something I think about a lot,
Yeah.
and am always trying to figure out how we can move this forward. It's been a surprising project for me. It's been surprising. It feels like something that should be able to be fixed in a reasonable amount of time and without extraordinary expense, and we've been struggling to find a way to do that, but I believe we can make it happen.
Yeah, I know you're working on it, so I'm really glad to see it. And a question that Alan Wolf didn't quite have a chance to get to, that a constituent had asked me, and I don't know if you have an answer, if, you know, something to think about in the future. A constituent asked me about the school department vehicles, which are parked outside, and was wondering if there was a plan for indoor or covered parking of the school department vehicles. I know that's something DPW has been working on with DPW vehicles, and I'm sure it's larger than just the school department vehicles. So I just wanted to mention that in case you wanted to respond.
Thank you. I hear Charlene writing it down. That's never been brought up to me before.
Okay.
So we'll be happy to have a conversation with them and see if that's a concern or, you know, what could be done.
Okay. And then the last question I had for you, I didn't have a chance to ask sooner, but I know that a lot of ARPA, the 500,000 in ARPA funds have been designated for traffic safety improvements around the high school, which is amazing. And just wondering if you had a sense of what grant opportunities or other funding opportunities may be out there to bring the project forward.
We're working on that. Director Mish, I don't know if you have anything you can add to that, or Director LaScalia, but I think we have some ideas. I'm not sure there's anything that's been identified yet. I see you, Director Mish. I just don't know.
Carolyn, you have the
You're
floor
now
if you want it.
on screen.
Can you, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. So this is related to,
The high school safety changes, whether they're, any funding ideas or sources, grants. We were just talking about one this week that then didn't was not a viable option. We were disappointed to figure out, so.
yes. So I think that will be on the table, I think between Director LaScalia and myself, we would be probably looking at whatever opportunities there are, but we haven't, at least I haven't seen anything at the moment. So I don't know about you, Donna.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I apologize in advance for my voice. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I think, you know, for this project, we're looking at kind of an amalgamation of funding options. So, you know, I think we're talking a lot of money here, several $1 million. So I think we're going to have multiple funding sources. You know, Chapter 90, paving bond that will be contemplated later tonight as part of the order. Any grant opportunities which are on. I think this is an expensive enough project that we're going to have to look at pulling money from all available locations.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Donna.
That was all the questions I had, but I will say, Director, I'm sorry that you're not feeling well, so thank you for answering questions
She's being a real
patiently.
trooper. She had no voice yesterday, so this is an improvement, but.
I see Alan Wolf has a hand up, if we can get him to be a co-host. Oh, there he is.
I just was going to add, the mayor reached out to the federal delegation on this and some other projects this week in conjunction with their earmarks process. And while that was not appropriate for this process, there is another federal bucket of money that they have agreed to help. It's called Safe Streets and Roads for All, and it's part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. So that maybe has some promises, just another named source of funds for this project.
Great. Thank you. All right, fingers and toes crossed. Thanks.
Okay. You're done?
I'm done.
You're done. Excellent. Counselors, any other questions?
Yep, I got my hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Counselor Labarge.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So we'll do we'll go Counselor Labarge and then Counselor Maori.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions. The cemetery restaurant that we're looking at, $25,000, why is it such a low amount of money, Mayor? I have been hearing for quite a while now that here we have on West Farm Cemetery, the stones that have been laying on the ground, cracked in half, nothing being done to them for the past couple of years. And to me, you're looking at, no matter what cemetery is, the value of the people that are buried there. And I was just wondering, why just $25,000?
Thanks for that. Sorry.
When we're looking at Bridge Street, which a tremendous amount of money, and somebody had donated money, and then over by the BFW, and then the West Farm Cemetery. And I've had residents saying to me, when are they going to be taking the stones and doing something with them? Yes, they took down the fence. They took down the fence over by the BFW on that cemetery also. And they did clean up. It's like, how long is it going to take for them to start looking at the broken up stones in that cemetery? And it was funny because Wendy Foxman and I were just talking about that several months ago, of nothing being done at the West Farm Cemetery. So I'm just curious, why 25,000? And why is it not jacked up on the amount of money?
Thank you for that question, Counselor. So 25,000 is what we've been putting towards this. You know, as you know, we have a master preservation plan for these
Right.
cemeteries and have been working according to that plan. So that's the funding that we've allocated for it. You know, you should always bring to our attention things that you see that are in particular need. Director Lascalia, I don't know if there's something you want to add to this or how the plan works and the order in which projects are done.
I think it's just important to note the funding source of the $25,000. We need to be pulling money from sort of the cemetery funds in a sustainable way. And we need to understand that the needs are sometimes greater than the funds that have been allotted. With that being said, I think folks are familiar with the plan that the mayor just referenced, where we identified 3 stages of priority gravestones for restoration. And we completed priority 1 restoration in all 3 cemeteries. What has happened is that we experience storm damage, we experience vandalism, and so we have to use those funds to stabilize immediate and egregious problems within cemeteries. And we have done that over the past several years without sort of launching an initiative to go into those phase 2 and phase 3 gravestone restoration projects, which, by the way, may be eligible for CPA funding or other grant programs that I work with planning on. So a lot of times the funds that the council is appropriating at council are used for kind of the stabilization of immediate needs that sometimes cannot be anticipated just due to, acts of God or vandalism, as I mentioned. So we're well aware that we have needs within the cemetery and that the stones do need attention, and we will work through it as quickly as we can.
Thank you very much, Director Lascalia. Now, also, Donna, since I have you there and the mayor, I remember when we had a meeting at Ryan Road School, and it was not a nice meeting. Every time it's brought up about the Department of Public Works, which you do know, Donna, when it comes to vehicles. And I'm seeing here at $577,500. I know what vehicles you're talking about. A lot of people don't see the repairs that have to be done on the vehicles and how old they are. Could you kind of like explain the vehicles and the dire need of how we need them under capital improvements for this year coming?
Yes, thank you, Counselor. So we have a fleet of more than 150 vehicles and pieces of equipment. Much of it is highly specialized equipment for use within our enterprise funds, excuse me, or for use for particular activities like pothole repair, catch basin cleaning, equipment that operates water valves. This equipment must work when we need it to work. It's a public safety issue. So, you know, if we have a sewer backup, if we have a water main break, our equipment needs to be able to mobilize, and it needs to be able to mobilize on the spot, and we can't have downtime. Similarly, if we have a snowstorm like the one we experienced 2 nights ago, I'm looking at a simultaneous mobilization of over 100 pieces of equipment, and all of it needs to move immediately and at the same time. So I can't have downtime. I have a team of 5 mechanics who work, 40 hours a week and plenty of overtime to keep the equipment in service. We have very detailed plans where we assess the mileage on the vehicles, the engine hours on the vehicles, and we look at what the maintenance costs are to keep something running relative to what a replacement cost might be. And we actually have matrices that we use to determine at what point does it become more expensive to continue to repair a vehicle versus replacing a vehicle. When I submit the capital plan, I show you the year of the vehicle that we are replacing so that you can sort of gauge, okay, we're looking at a 20-year-old vehicle. And for those who own a car, you may know if you're driving a 20-year-old car, your maintenance costs are increased, the reliability of the vehicle is often in question. So we're sort of in a business where we can't be questioning the reliability of our snowplows. We can't be questioning the reliability of our water, sewer, and stormwater equipment. We need to be able to move when we need to move. So we're very careful in what we ask for and how we ask for it. We try to spend money wisely, and only when necessary, try to keep the city's investment in new vehicles at a reasonable level and keep our maintenance costs at a reasonable level. That's what you see reflected in the capital plan, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to that. So thank you, Councilor.
Thank you very, very much.
I'll note 3 of the vehicles that are on here are that are being replaced are from the 1980s.
That's
so
great.
We have many vehicles that we use for a very, very long time. Yeah.
And I think, Mayor, if you can recall, because we do have the capital improvements coming in on the rescue fire department, which is very valuable, very, very valuable. And I think you were a counselor with us, maybe not, when an order came in that was critical for the ambulances here in our city of Northampton. And we talked highly about the need of what they were asking for. And it passed. All of a sudden, it came back by another counselor to reject it. And I really blew for my first time at city council that somebody could just go ahead after it was approved to come in and reject it. It didn't happen. There is an order coming tonight from capital improvements that I feel that is very, very critical here on saving people's lives, and that's resuscitation. And it's extremely, extremely valuable. And maybe you could talk a little bit about that, Mayor?
Sure. That's the financial order that's,
The Lucas 3 devices.
is that in the SIP?
It is not in the set.
So, Counselor, if you don't mind, we'll talk a little bit later about that. So that's
Yeah, that would
that's
be
actually
great. I would,
that's outside of the capital improvement program because we found out about needing to replace that after the
Yes.
program had been built. So I'll be very happy to talk about that when we get
Thank
to that
you.
order.
thank you.
Okay, next up, Counselor Maori. Surprise. You think you're just sitting there alone in your office, and next thing you know, you're on city council. Welcome.
What? This is a weird dream I had. Okay. Well, I just want to say I was really excited to see the play structure for Florence Fields up there. I know there's fundraising efforts over the years, and there's just I've gotten a lot of questions about when that was going to be added to, and I'm glad to see Florence Fields is such a great resource. And I'm glad to see investment in it. And so that was great to see. And a reminder to folks out there that, it's great that I supported, even though it was before my time, finding alternatives to pesticides, but organic management of fields is labor intensive. And we have to kind of expect that we're going to need to fund, if we're going to really want to, invest in organic fields that's going to bring up the cost in some ways. I know I was talking to Rich Parcelletti about how often they have to mow and they can't mow too short, and it's all very technical. But I do support those efforts, and I'm glad to see that. I was glad to see. I just had two questions, and I kind of hate to ask the director. I want she's sick, but you can keep it short. One was about the traffic calming, page 379, 50 grand. Let's see, page 379. Is that just general traffic calming efforts, or is that a specific project? Because you mentioned in it what you have already been working on, Olive Street, South Street in 2022. So I'm just wondering what the 50, and I'm glad to see it. Traffic calming is really, other councilors know this is something we get asked to invest in all the time. So I'm just curious about it.
And yeah, so historically, this line item was funded at $25,000, and the idea was that it was going to pay for construction of traffic calming features, and that amount of money is just not enough to make an impact, in the construction world that we live in. And so what we've shifted towards at this point, particularly since for those who do attend the Transportation and Parking Commission meetings, it's obviously a lot of requests from residents to the city for traffic calming initiatives in various sections of the city. And what we often need to do is more closely study particular intersections, particular areas, to see sort of what sort of initiatives may work. And so the idea behind this line now is we double the appropriation and use it as requests come in to fund more engineering work that cannot be done in-house to assess what we need to do. And then we actually pay for the construction of improvements through the paving bond that will be on the agenda later this evening, or through our operating budget in streets, depending on sort of what we're talking about constructing. But this $50,000 is to deal with traffic calming requests as they come in, and to sort of steer that money, based on what we hear at TPC and what we need to look into a little bit further. So this is sort of design and analysis money instead of construction money.
No, that's really really interesting because and wise, because we know we've talked about the concerning intersections, at least in my ward and around my ward, but we don't know the solutions until we studied them, and they're interconnected. And so now you'll have the money there because it's not like we know the problems exist And so then, it's really about where do you go from there. And so I'm glad that, to see that. And then my only other question was about 368 was the Leeds Hotel Bridge. So the 150,000 was, we already bonded. So you're asking for another 450?
Yep.
Is that what it is?
Yes, that's correct, Counselor. Okay. So just by way of explanation, our idea was to always reopen the bridge to bicycle and pedestrian traffic and to sort of try to, reinvigorate a missing link of kind of pedestrian and bicycle access within Leeds. And we've had a very difficult time in this big climate, sort of getting bridge contractors mobilized to bid on the project. We've had to do a considerable amount of engineering. And in the meantime, we're operating in a hyperinflationary environment. And we are so hopeful that our investment in this bridge over the past several years is about to pay off, because we are ready to put this back out to bid again after very expensive and extensive engineering analysis. And we have an opinion of cost to build that this funding will hopefully fill the gap on and get this bridge reopened once and for all. So this bidding is imminent, and we're very hopeful we're going to attract some attention from bridge contractors and not sort of get sucked into this runaway construction cost as we did the last time we put this out to bid. So yes, this is additional money on top of what has already been bonded.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. It's, we've already decided we want to invest in this, and I hope we do see it through. I mean, this is one of those community investments it provides, it's economic development and Leeds. Really, it fosters community. It's really iconic part of the city, and certainly this part of the city. So I'm glad to see that there, and I'm glad that you're persisting, even though it's not the greatest environment for dams and bridges and all sorts of stuff right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay. Counselor Gore.
Thank you. I just want to agree with the other counselors and say that I'm glad that the money is doubling for the traffic calming. I'm on the Transportation and Parking Commission. I feel like that's really going to help with engineering studies and things like that and traffic calming requests. I had a question about the police vehicles. I believe in the last CIP there was a request for police vehicles too. And I'm just wondering, is that something that is generally requested with each capital improvement program, new police vehicles, or is that something that is just kind of goes, as far as like if vehicles get older, like at the DPW or something like that?
Thank you, Councilor. It's a good question. So vehicles are core to the functioning of the police department. And the department had been on a schedule of purchasing around 3 vehicles a year, every year, to rotate into their primary fleet and then move the older ones to the secondary fleet, and move, the oldest and least reliable vehicles out. So in FY21 and FY22, all vehicles were cut from the budget in those cuts, so instead of having some vehicles that were sort of nearing the end of their life that could be sort of rotated, they left their fleet with 4 vehicles that were completely inoperable and were decommissioned, and others that were over 10 years old and had extremely high miles and had maintenance costs that were in the thousands and tens of thousands for those vehicles. So, as you know, cruisers operate 7 days a week, 24 hours a day in all weather, and they really rack up a lot of miles. So last year, this council began to build back that fleet. And, we talked about how last year we were to, we went and saw the fleet and saw sort of the situation. And We talked about how we purchased 6 vehicles last year, and we talked about how we were going to need to purchase 5 vehicles this year, and then we could be back on the schedule of sort of regular maintenance of purchasing vehicles. So this is the second and last year where we're purchasing more than the usual amount. And then starting in FY '25, we should be back on purchasing 3 vehicles. Sorry, I'm clearly gotten my notes out of order. So this program has 5 hybrid vehicles that will replace the 5 vehicles that have been failing the most and are most unreliable, and have had really high maintenance costs. So they will be hybrid, so we'll be continuing to replace the all gas vehicles. And so as we talked about before, vehicle ordering has been really challenging. So it's taking about a year from ordering to be able to take possession of a vehicle. And the police department actually just this month got their first all-electric vehicle, which is the animal control truck that you all ordered, all authorized and was ordered last year. So that's I think that's the first one of the ones that we ordered we now have, and we hope that next month we will get the cruisers that were ordered last year. So it's been a long time coming, even just to get the vehicles that we ordered last year. But with these 5 vehicles, we will get the fleet up to 16 electric or hybrid, which will mean that almost all of the primary fleet will be hybrid at this point. And hopefully the vehicles in this program we will be able to get next spring or summer. So there's a long lag time. But
And so the next capital improvement program, it'll be 3 vehicles?
yeah, so if you look in here for next year, it's 3.
Okay. And how much does it come to the 5 vehicles? Is it?
I would have to pull them up. So they have, additional, in addition to the vehicles, then they have to be outfitted. 366,000.
Okay, thank you.
If it's helpful, Mayor, I did see Chief Casper had turned on her video, and I know that in the room, nobody else can see that, but on the Zoom, I can. So I don't know if we want to see if she wants to speak to that too. You did a great job, but.
Thank you. I'd be delighted.
Chief Casper? Do we have to unmute her?
Be able to unmute.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's saying you have to unmute her.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
Yep, just everything the mayor said.
Well, that was a lot of building.
Sorry, that is where we are. We're recovering from those 2 years where we didn't have a vehicle budget. So we have 5 vehicles now that we are hoping to be able to replace with these new vehicles. And the mayor is absolutely correct that last year when this group approved the capital plan for last year, those vehicles were ordered in April and we still have not received them yet. So it's really just an incredibly long wait time to receive these vehicles. The hybrids do take a little bit longer to come in, but we're excited to see our fleet slowly transitioning over to be a hopefully fully hybrid fleet over time. And we're excited to have our 1 electric vehicle as well. So that's all. We're moving in the right direction and really appreciate the support of the council on this, but happy to answer any questions about the fleet for now.
Chief, do you want to tell them what the front of the animal control vehicle is called?
It is called a frunk. That is a new vocabulary word that I learned when it arrived. I think it harkens back to the old VW Beetles, I believe, right? They also had a frunk, a front trunk. So when you open the front of it looks like a standard Ford F-150 truck. And when you lift up the hood, there's nothing there. It's fascinating. So it's a pretty sharp looking vehicle. We're very thankful to have it.
That was a fun fact I learned recently, so I thought you all should learn it too.
Councilor Gore.
Just to clarify, so in 2021 and the CIP, there were no requests for vehicles for the police department?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, so there had been vehicles, there was nothing the vehicles had been in the budget and they were removed from the budget.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Maori has her hand raised.
Thank you. Counselor Maori.
Yeah, so just to confirm, this would be replacing existing, vehicles in the fleet. It's not expanding the fleet.
That's correct. This is replacing 5 vehicles that have 3 of them have over 100,000 miles on them, and 2 of them are not really functional. One of them needs a $9,000 transmission repair. So we're holding off on that repair. Obviously, that doesn't make sense cost-wise.
Thank you.
What's happening in the corner there?
Counselor Perry, do you have your hand raised?
I have my hand raised with something clapping.
Oh, it's clapping. I thought it was waving.
Okay. Yeah, I saw you had your hand raised here, and I was like figuring out which one of you would.
Oh, which one it was? Well, first I just want to say thank you for the hard work that everyone has done for this. There's a lot of information here. There's a lot of great projects. The one that really stood out for me happened to be in the economic development. I love what the city is doing for economic development, and I never thought I would have been excited to look up a new bathroom. And I wanted to talk about this Portland Loo. And the question I had, I think it's phenomenal. It happens to be in my ward, so that's cool. But it was about the annual maintenance, and I saw that there was a note that Brian Foote and the Arts and Culture Department had been renting porta potties. And I was wondering if the cost of the porta potties, how does that equate to what the annual maintenance of this Portland Loo is? Because I personally know from some festival experience that the cost of porta potties has gone up since the pandemic.
Yes, and I've learned one of the most surprising things I found about being mayor is the amount of time I've spent the last year talking about porta potties. Actually, it's a lot of time that I've spent. First of all, I can't believe we've gotten this far into this conversation before someone mentioned the Portland Loo. So thank you. I am going to hand this over to Chief of Staff Wolf, who deserves all credit for this project. He has found this. He has championed this. Alan, would you like to talk about the Portland Loo?
Wow, I would, and I will say there is a competitor also that Director Moggio has identified that I think is in and around the same price point, fortunately. So in the end, we will pick the very, very best one with the lowest maintenance costs, et cetera. But yes, the idea is that this thing would get placed in Pulaski Park. It's easy to clean. It's resistant to graffiti and other things. And it will be a place, and it can be, you can put a heater in it so it's there year round and doesn't freeze. It is hopefully a solution to a giant problem. And it sounds like you know more about the ongoing costs of porta potties than I do. And I guess if we really want the number of Pats here still, I think, and we could try, but what I know is that it's virtually impossible to maintain porta potties downtown for lots and lots of reasons. And it's really problematic for the one that we have to put and lock in between events for the Arts Council, the Salsa in the Park event, because we need to be able to maintain the security, safety, and integrity of those porta potties. So the goal here is something that is universally available 24 hours a day with minimal city interaction. And Central Services jumped on the idea when we found this thing. And is ready to take care of it, and hopefully it is easy to clean. Ongoing maintenance, I was just Googling, and there's a number I'm finding that I think is high. But I think all told, the line item is about $100,000 in this step. Is that correct? I think annual maintenance will be affordable and worth it for the city, especially for the populations that this will serve. Everyone from families downtown that are looking for a place to go to some of our more vulnerable residents who we have not been able to serve after hours when city buildings are closed.
So so apologies, because it looks like and Charlene was explaining to me earlier, the page that should have some of the information in here, yes, very cool, right? Something else had to be deleted and everything got deleted, but, so we have in here that maintenance is estimated around 12,000 annually.
Thank you.
We provided
But
you a
this-
little video there, Alan.
But this is really in response to a frequent request for assistance from all walks of life downtown, somewhere to safely and cleanly use a restroom. And trying to serve all of the populations with that question, this is one of the better things we've seen.
Councilor Jarrett.
I can wave. Yeah, if anyone wants to see some in action, there are two in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard Square and Central Square. So next time you're there.
This is like, sorry, this is a personal question. Have you tried one?
No, I've never been to one yet.
I thought maybe you had like.
Yeah, no. Yeah, next time I go, I will.
Okay.
I love it.
We expect a report back.
Now here we are. There's one on the Boston, one similar, I don't know if it's a Portland loo or a similar loo, on the waterfront in Boston. And I was there with my son in the fall, and he was obsessed with trying it, but it was out of order. So we spent a lot of time lurking about the loo, but didn't get to use it.
I would recommend that you remain silent.
All right. Remote counselors, any more questions?
I'm just picturing Doctor Who coming out of that thing, and that's,
I know.
that would be really exciting.
So I have some questions, Mayor. So did I read that we need to look at upgrading or replacing the fire station in Florence? Is that?
That's been a conversation that's been happening for a while. So we're looking into how to make some changes to that station.
Okay. And that was like for FY '28 or something like that, way down the road. Okay. And let's see.
And the chief, if Chief Davin's here, I think he is. He is welcome to speak to it if he's got
Chief Davin.
more specifics he wants to talk about.
We'll let you talk.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
Yes, so I'm sure if you don't know, the Florence Station was built in 1972. And currently, we don't have separate bathrooms, separate living quarters, or separate showers up there. So speaking with the mayor, we're looking down the road to hopefully make some changes to that station so that we can either update it or modify it so that, we can bring it up to, I've got 9 female firefighters right now. So obviously, I'd like to have some separate bathrooms and separate showers. So that's why we put it on there.
Okay. So it's something we'll be discussing further over the next 5 years.
Yes.
Okay. But it's something we should have on our radar.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely.
This is a question for Carolyn, and it's really from the Safe Streets folks who are or actually the Friends of Northampton Trails. They're working on a project to a proposal to repave a portion of the trail from, I think, from King Street up to Florence is what they're particularly targeting. And they're wondering if the $30K a year would apply to that type of plan that they're pulling together. Did you and George get a chance to talk, Carolyn? He said he was going to reach out to you.
Not about this item. So, this really, although it does say that, our plan is to look at and to have money set aside so that we can do feasibility and design or feasibility and some design so that we can be ready and in the queue for when funding comes down for construction. So this section of trail is existing. It's a maintenance project. And so it's really a matter of how the city wants to allocate its resources to maintaining existing infrastructure. Whereas this capital request is small, it certainly wouldn't cover probably the design costs for our basic maintenance and repair project of that length. And it's really not necessarily meant for a one-off project, although it could be, but to also potentially leverage other funds to, create and look for new opportunities as opposed to general maintenance.
Yeah, I don't think they were looking for general maintenance, that they were saying they had a proposal from Berkshire Design to come up with a plan, which I think is what's detailed here, that this is used to create plans to put in the drawer, so when the funding shows up. So there's a chance it could fit under this. Is that right? Maybe?
It's really for new. When I say general maintenance, I mean the bike path is existing, and the reason why it needs repair is because it hasn't been maintained, and it's the oldest rail trail we have, right? It's lasted over 40 years. So anytime you have lasts far longer than any street we have, right? But it's easy when something like that is doesn't have the same kind of heavy equipment as cars, that to sort of forget about it and not have it regularly occurring on our maintenance schedule. So that's what I'm just saying, is it's not, yes, in this case, because there are sections that are so deteriorated, it needs more than just regular maintenance. It actually needs design, because it's sort of, I think it's been left too long without sort of looking at that regular repair. So the CIP, yes, some funds could be used for a situation like this, particularly as it results in trying to create improvements. So I know there's some drainage issues and that weren't present when the bike path was first built 40 X years ago. So that certainly makes sense. Look at, things have changed. There's new drainage patterns. We need to address those because that continues to undermine the path. And so that piece is new and that could be designed. So I could see a part of that potentially going for something like this. But we could talk about that offline.
Okay. And George should keep talking to you or reaching out. And so the type of projects we would be looking at would be like extending the bike path or the multi-use trail up to Hatfield, right? Would that be the sort of situation?
Right, or connecting the dots, out off of Florence Road. So we have, we're working now on the Rocky Hill Greenway and making a connection from the New Haven, Northampton Canal Trail that goes to East Hampton across country up to Ice Pond Drive. That closes a gap, but there are more gaps to connect up to the greenway that was recently built from Sandy Hill Estates, that area, that neighborhood. So we could allocate resources for that. There are many other sort of connections that are conceptually mapped that this funding is used, this type of funding is used for.
Thank you, Carolyn. That was helpful. Other questions? So, Mayor, I noticed, so the school department is looking to purchase vans for transportation. And that also, I know that the school system relies on transportation companies for transporting kids to and from school. And it looks like we're increasing our responsibility around providing the transportation for students rather than, relying on these traditional transportation companies. Is that true? Or, I mean, what was it, 5 vehicles that we were looking at for the school department?
There's a wheelchair bus, 30-passenger wheelchair,
Yeah.
and a 8-passenger van.
Okay, sounds,
And those aren't, those are in FY '25.
okay.
So those are not like the buses that kids go to school in, which we do contract for.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering, and maybe this is something we can talk about at some other point, so I can understand why, we have a contractor to provide transportation, and we, at the same time, we're purchasing vehicles and having drivers to provide transportation, why we have the two different.
Sure. Charlene, do you have information to those, or?
So I don't have a lot of information. One is, I think you mentioned 5.
Sorry. Sorry, can you come up here, because the mic.
Yes. So one of the things is you said that there was 5. The numbers that you see in front of that section are the priority ratings that the business administrator of the schools gave to these items. But what I understand is that they just want to create a little more flexibility with some of the students that they transport. It wouldn't be the students that you're bringing to and from school on a regular basis, but students that are traveling out of district for services. They want to create more flexibility and not have to contract for that. They want these vans and these other type of buses for traveling of their athletics, and other field trips, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, just reading what she says here, mostly are in-district students, including preschool students to and from school. So we have an in-district fleet of 5 30-passenger wheelchair buses and 2 vans. This provides us with more flexibility in scheduling and saves costs hiring a contractor to perform the needed services for those items. And I don't know if somebody has more.
Counselor Ness, I recall in the CIP committee meetings this coming up, and I recall, and I certainly don't recall the exact specifics, but that the contracting, I remember they were reporting that the contracting the services over the long run was much more expensive relative to maintaining over time. So my understanding was it gets to be an expensive proposition to contract out those services, plus the flexibility, so.
And she does list the preschool students. Students are considered homeless or in foster care. So a lot of their students there. It provides a lot more flexibility than contracting, and contracting is expensive.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins.
Sorry, I just want to also add one other thing. Another thing, too, is as I recall, that with these vehicles, there is a lot of sort of cross-purposing between different departments, and that between Northampton Public Schools and Smith Voc and I think the rec department. Yep. So it is, it seemed, it was, I recall us finding there was a valuable resource to have, as you said, the flexibility, so.
Thank you.
But this is different than the contract we have with Durham that does the bus service for schools.
Right, now I was wondering how we were drawing that line there.
And there, the school committee's having some discussions about, what makes sense. There are resources becoming available for electric buses. So we don't have our own bus fleet. There's conversations about whether that would make sense to try and take advantage of that money and have an electric fleet. There are lots of things that come with it. For example, we have nowhere to keep a fleet. So, we were, as Councilor Foster was asking about school vehicles, that's like a whole nother level of school vehicles. So, there are conversations happening around that, but this is different than that. contract.
So in a related question, and thank you for serving on that committee.
I was awake.
Obviously. So it looks like Parks and Rec is asking for similar vehicles. And I'm thinking that the Parks and Rec request is for like summer programming, and the school request is for school year programming. And as you were mentioning, there's sharing that goes on, Counselor Elkins, or it seemed to me like this would be an ideal situation of like, you know, if we're buying something for over here, it could be used by the, you know, the rec department during the summer, and then I'm just wondering if that has been or could be looked into.
It's definitely being looked into, and there is sharing. We're also trying to hold on a little bit longer for an electric or a hybrid option for this. So, did you have something, do you have anything to add? No? Was that what you were gonna say? Yeah, so, they do share vehicles, and they are in need of an additional one. And again, I've asked so much of the departments, and I'm so grateful for their willingness to step up and meet me with these goals. So we're trying to find better, less gas-powered options.
Well, I appreciate the answers. I'm just asking, you know, it's from the perspective of somebody who's looking at their city government, and they're looking like, yeah, well, wouldn't it make sense to share that there? It sounds like that's going on, and thank you. The last, I actually have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to get them all. But the one had to do with the idea of the city's debt limit, to set it, that the idea is we want to reach 5%. And right now, I think we were running at 3.8 or something. Help me, Charlene. But as a goal overall, that, and I think this is a good thing in terms of making our capital investments, that, you know, that this is, by reaching that 5% is a way that we can fund projects, like all of these projects that we're talking about here. And I'm wondering about what our goal is to get to that 5%.
Do you want to? So I feel like we should give you a mic over there, too.
We could get you one.
Yeah, so,
Let me move this up.
sorry, no, I apologize. As it talks about in the narrative, it gives you kind of an idea of how we're moving towards that 5% goal. And of course, you know, because we're talking, I can't find it. Cash capital. Here we go. So debt. I thought there was a debt.
It's not this.
Yeah, what page is that? 8. Oh, I'm not far enough. 7, 8. My apologies. I didn't go far enough. I thought that was too far. Yeah. So as we continue, you can see on the page 8 that we continue to move forward, and this actually doesn't have what I wanted here, sadly. So as we move forward, I think over the next 5 years is when we actually hit and get closer to 5%. And that's a moving target, because our borrowing has been pretty much, we just borrow for the DPW, the paving, and the vehicles, and our budget keeps increasing. So as you pointed out, it is a good practice to have, yeah. Yep. Yeah, so I mean, it does explain a lot on page 3, like how we're getting there, what our goals are. I certainly don't think you want me to read all that for you.
Well, thank you. I'll review that, and I'm just asking, you know, in general, you know, how we're hoping to get to that 5% and how that's going to help us, you know, fund things in the future. And so I'll review that, and we will have these.
Yeah, so on page 3, thank you, Mayor, in FY20, you're pointing here. So the city will
Yeah. In FY '23, the levy supported general obligation debt service is 3.5 of the general fund revenues, and in FY 2024, it is estimated to be at 3.8%. You know, and as you said, our goal is to increase to 5%. And looking at the 5-year plan, like we approach that in FY 2028 as we go through, because there is if you look at the plan, there is a lot more borrowing in the out years, especially when we start talking about these larger vehicles that we're purchasing. You know, right now, we are maintaining and we're just borrowing for our paving and for the DPW vehicles. But I foresee as we get these electric vehicles, these vans, these buses, when we start talking about those things, we will be borrowing more, and that will be built into our budgets. So.
Thank you. So we are going to get there. Okay, yeah.
Yes, we're working on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
That is it for my questions. And Counselor, any other questions? All right, and so now I will open it up the floor to the public for comment. Is there anybody in the room who would like to speak to the capital improvement program? No, okay. And is there anybody remotely? Okay, it looks like there is Chris. I'm going to unmute you.
Chris Mazzei.
Yeah, and Chris, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, so Chris Mazzei is my husband. I'm Dave Potter. We live on Fairview Avenue off of South Street. And our big concern, and by the way, we thank you guys for all the work you guys do keeping our city running, and we love Northampton. But one of our biggest concerns about where we live is our sidewalks. And we've had a meeting with our local councilor, Garrick Perry, and we appreciate his interest and the time he took with us and our neighbors who are also in that meeting. But we're not really sure if this is a capital improvement or just a basic maintenance issue, but the sidewalks are in really poor condition. The pavement, for one thing, is in very poor condition. One of our neighbors is wheelchair bound, and she mentioned she has to go out into the street to bypass some of these roots and poor areas of pavement. And then there's vegetation maintenance where the vegetation reaches out into the sidewalk, so you have to walk onto the verge. And then there's snow maintenance. A lot of times the snow removal, especially in front of apartments or multiple unit places, is not cared for. And these are money-making businesses. They should be required. We should enforce the ordinance for vegetation maintenance and to maintain snow removal. But also the bigger issue is probably condition of the pavement. And so really that's our main issue. And we enjoy walking. We don't feel like it's getting harder to access downtown. We're pretty, mobile, but some of our neighbors are more elderly, and I think it's a problem. And we walk downtown maybe a couple times a week, and that is also kind of reducing our carbon footprint. We like to avoid driving, and we like to support our downtown businesses. So that's our big concern.
Thank you. Would your partner like to speak? You get 3 more minutes. You guys are good. Okay, all right. Thank you. Next up, Jonathan Richmond.
Hello.
Welcome, Jonathan.
Hi. Something happened to my video. I don't know what happened.
It's fine. You're connected by voice, so welcome.
Okay. My name is David Richmond, but I go by my middle name just so that for your reference. But I'm here with my partner, John, and we live off of South Street too. And I'm not going to add much to what the 2 gentlemen just stated. It's the same issue. I'll just say that on South Street, we love to go downtown. One reason we just moved back to downtown almost a year ago, and we like to be able to walk downtown. And I'll just say that it's not too bad right now on the sidewalk because, you know, it's wintertime, a lot of the vegetation has died back. But, you know, in the summer, when the hedges are growing back, you really cannot walk on the sidewalk. There's a few of the homes that the hedges are so thick that it's completely blocked. So I will just mention that maybe we need to talk about enforcing, I don't know what the ordinance is, to allow sidewalks to be cleared for pedestrians. And that's all I'll say.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Ellen Brown. Did you get her unmuted?
Hi there. Before I start the 3-minute timer, are you taking public comment only for responses to the SIP? Or are you taking other?
Correct. We're still doing just the SIP right now, and
All right,
that we will have public comment following the public hearing.
Thank you.
What? Oh, the dog. Okay, folks from the public, any more comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, Mayor, would you like to speak to the concerns about sidewalks and sidewalk repairs and?
Sure. So, I mean, we do have some sidewalk maintenance money in the SIP, and I would ask Director LaScalia if she's still, poor Director LaScalia, awake and with us, to jump in and share anything she wants to share about how we make decisions around sidewalk repairs. I mean, there was, every year it gets a year older, kind of like the rest of us. We did a sidewalk study, a comprehensive sidewalk study, and we know that we do need significant maintenance on our sidewalks. We try and do that maintenance when we're doing other road repaving or work on roads. So, and we do repairs, in the meantime as well. We have a bit of a conflict between our love of our public shade trees and sidewalks. They wreak havoc, the roots really wreak havoc on our sidewalks. And so it's a balance that we're always trying to maintain and figure out how to work around. And then I also heard about snow. So there is a snow removal ordinance. So snow removal is the responsibility of each business or property owner. And so from 24 hours from when a storm event ends, a snow event ends, is when sidewalks need to be cleared down to the pavement. If that is not happening, people should be calling that in, and we should be enforcing that ordinance. Oh, I see Dr. LaScalia,
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that summary. So I can speak to a few points here. Sidewalks are definitely one of our more challenging pieces of infrastructure. As the mayor said, we have conflicts with shade trees. We have conflicts with other utilities. And we actually have conflicts with right-of-way. We have a very specific footprint that we are allowed to install city infrastructure in. A lot of times in years past, a very narrow sidewalk was installed to just sort of fit into the legal roadway footprint. It is not a compliant sidewalk. When we come through and reconstruct something, we have to make that sidewalk comply with Americans with Disabilities Act measurements, meaning that that sidewalk has to have a particular width. The curb ramps have to have the curbs, entrances and exits of the sidewalk have to have a particular pitch. And our struggle is to fit the sidewalk into the roadway layout without encroaching upon private property, encroaching upon shade trees, encroaching upon existing utilities without having to move them. So sidewalk projects actually become one of the more complicated things that DPW does. As the mayor mentioned, we do have ordinances around snow removal. We do have ordinances around vegetation blocking sidewalks. The ordinance around vegetation blocking sidewalks, obstructions to streets and sidewalks by vegetation, is one of our more controversial ordinances. Folks often get very attached to the vegetation in their yards. DPW is the enforcing authority for this ordinance. We issue letters to homeowners and we say, you know, please trim this bush back or flowers back or whatever is obstructing the sidewalk. If they don't do it within a certain amount of time, we say we will do it for you and we will bill you. The problem with that is that unless we sort of pursue this through legal means, we don't have a particular way to recoup that expense of vegetation management encroaching on public property. This turns into sort of an operational challenge and a resource challenge. Mobilize all over the city and deal with the myriad places in the summer months where things are encroaching onto sidewalks. So I really try to appeal to folks sort of ward by ward and say, please encourage your neighbors to, you know, be considerate of people who are trying to use the public sidewalks, because the city simply does not have the resources to sort of move around and, you know, cut people's hedges for them and sort of remove vegetation off of the sidewalks. So I think those are the 3 points, but I'm happy to take further comments or question on that.
Thank you, Donna. Councilor Jarrett, out of the corner of my eye.
Just another quick point that Keith Benoit in the planning office has prepared a letter that folks, that he is happy to work to send to folks kind of ahead of the official enforcement action to make them, help them understand. So if he has made it clear to me that you can talk to him and he's happy to send that letter.
And that's any sidewalk obstruction, whether it's snow or vegetation? Or was that specific to snow?
Specific to vegetation was what I, the one that I received. But
I have a question for Donna. And it can be yes or no, Donna, all right? So, in fact, so we have a list of streets that we are going to work on, and streets that are connectors like South Street will rise to the top over side streets or dead-end streets, correct?
I'm sorry, Councilor, are you referring to paving projects?
The paving projects.
We do prioritize sort of main arterial or collector routes, streets with high average daily traffic for purposes of paving, or if there's other utility needs, as a general rule, yes.
I was trying to make it just a yes/no question for you. But so in of our major connectors, we've done a lot of work over the last decade upgrading, but I believe South Street is one of those that's still kind of at the top of the list to get done eventually, correct?
That's correct, and the condition of South Street is certainly deteriorated over the years. We've made significant progress, many projects for main arterials, as folks know. I think over the last 6 or 7 years, we've done nearly 30 miles of paving. I do encourage folks who are interested in seeing our progress to please visit the DPW's website and to pay particular attention to the paving section, where we have some really great sort of visual representations of the work that we've done. over the years. You can see the work that remains, and South Street certainly is at the top of that list, yes.
So I guess the line of questioning is saying that in terms of priorities, for, not saying this year, I don't want you to lay out what your plans are, but it would be reasonable to assume in the next 3, 4 years, 5 years that, you know, and that would include the sidewalks to do that work on South Street.
Yes, I will caution that South Street has a lot of pavement. It's very, very wide, very, very long. It is in poor condition. Much of it needs a full depth reclaim. We are talking, significant reconstruction cost for that corridor, significant design cost, as we would obviously want to employ complete streets modeling throughout that entire corridor and make it more bicycle pedestrian friendly, rebuild sidewalks. As you said, that would be part of any process. We are looking at a very high price tag. It would have to be done in sections because of how much money we're talking about. So yes, this would be a focus in years to come, is not a focus in the current year or in the coming year.
Thank you, Director. Okay. We are still in a public hearing. And are there any more questions?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Perry, seconded by Councilor Jarrett. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. Laura, you still there?
Yes, I am. Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
and Councilor Gore.
Yes.
Okay.
President, can we have a brief recess before we go on to public comment?
Sure, let's do a 5-minute recess. I just want to say that the public hearing for the capital improvement program is now closed. We'll take a 5-minute break. And then we'll do public comment.
I thought I saw him walk.
He just went up to shower.
So in that case, I mean, if you move it up, it's better that they don't sit around and then it gets continued. Right, but it makes sense to move it up.
Okay. All right, does everybody have their mics on? All right, welcome back, folks. And we are now up to, did we just do public comment?
No, we need to.
So now we're up to public comment. And I'm not going to read my big, long preamble. And I know that Ellen has been waiting for quite a while. And Ellen, you have 2 minutes. So here, let's get you unmuted. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have the floor, and we'll start that blue sky timer, and so you can see how much time you got.
All right. Thank you.
All right. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, counselors. My name is Ellen Brown, and I'm a first grade teacher at the Jackson Street Elementary School. And I've joined tonight's meeting to talk about the Northampton Public Schools, our schools, your schools, maybe the schools where your children have gone or go to now, the schools where perhaps your grandchildren go, and the schools where your friends go, and certainly where your neighbors' kids go. The schools that belong to the kids and the families of Northampton. And I'm here to ask you if you really know about the Northampton Public Schools. And I'm not talking about the buildings, but what happens inside the buildings. So did you know that our class sizes are trending above the state average, though we advertise the opposite? Did you know that Northampton families are leaving our public schools? Did you know that there is diminishing support for students with emotional and social challenges in our schools? Did you know that direct service providers like reading interventionists are not being filled in order to pay for the deficits in the school budget? Did you know that essential and critical direct service providers' jobs are being cut to balance the school budget for next year? Did you know that positions in our schools remain open because of lack of interest? And did you know that teachers are weary from the burden that the lack of needed student support brings on? And we're weary for needing to stand up and speak out for properly funding our schools. So I ask you, city councilors, to stop underfunding our schools and neglecting our students and families, and to release the reserves and give our schools what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for public comment? Oh, Sam, now's your time. All right, you have 2 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, counselors. My name is Samantha Britt, and I just would like to speak on item number 15. It's marijuana micro businesses in Florence. It is for micro business is open for the CCC just for social equity applicants and economic empowerment applicants. So that meaning that people of color, women, or people that have been affected by the drug war. I'd also like to speak on the odor in downtown Florence. We are regulated by the CCC to put in air handlers, carbon filters. We are also going to be putting in filters in every single room of the grow rooms, which are also only 800 square feet. They are small. They are not these 100,000 square feet grows that are happening in Holyoke, or in, I think it's 20,000 square feet in East Hampton. And I just would like you to pass this forward and help me. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sid.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak for public comment? Okay. We are now moving on to announcements from councilors and the mayor. Councilors, Councilor Gore.
So the committee to study barriers to joining commissions and committees is having a listening session for the public to come and speak about what we do. On March 26th, that's a Sunday at 12 o'clock. You can get more information. We're going to be sending out flyers. We're going to have information on the city website under the Commission to Study Barriers. And if you have any other questions or want more information, you can email me at jgore@northamptonma.gov.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other announcements? Counselor Perry.
Well, it wouldn't be me if I didn't make a announcement about some arts and culture. Just want to let folks know that on March 24th, they've got Salsa con Cervezas. It's being sponsored by the Arts Council, and it is the start of a series of free dance lessons and socials to learn salsa at progression, and I think it is a perfect way to gear up as we get into the warmer weather and we start having our salsa on the Sundays and eventually our Portland Lou.
Counselor Elkins. Oh, what? You're raising your hand for her. Okay, Counselor Foster.
I'm going to work on my noisier hand raising.
Yeah, you know.
Well, Counselor Perry, it wouldn't be him if he's not making an announcement about arts and culture, and it probably wouldn't be me if I weren't making an announcement about sports. So just a reminder that Sunday, March 19th, there is a dodgeball tournament at All Sport Arena that is a fundraiser for humanitarian aid in Ukraine. There is still room for folks to sign up. So I should have the address at the ready, but if you Google All Sport Arena, the information on the dodgeball tournament is online. Also happy to answer questions, and our very own, there's 3 of us will be on a team on Sunday, Councilors Maori, Nash, and I. And there is, hang on, there's room for a couple more people that might like to join on our team. So let me know if you too love dodgeball and would like to play on Sunday. This Sunday, March 19th. Even if you don't love dodgeball, you can
Are
play.
you raising your hand for you?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to announce that I like dodgeball. and I actually there aren't hockey games to ferry any child to, so I'm in.
Okay.
So, but I also am making a sports announcement, which is to give a shout out to the Smith College basketball team, who's made it to the NCAA Final Four in their division. We'll be playing on Saturday at Transylvania University at 7:30 p.m. So, you know, our local Smith College is making their, for the second year in a row, a run for the championship.
Cool. All right, anybody else? Mayor, come on.
Thank you. I guess it wouldn't be me if I wasn't making an announcement about parking. Not nearly as much fun. But although this is fun, right? So this is a reminder that as of March 13th, Northampton has implemented long overdue reforms to the parking system downtown. So we're currently in a soft rollout phase of implementing the changes, with parking enforcement just issuing warnings for violations related to the changes. So full enforcement begins on March 27th. We've sent out a media advisory with details on all the changes, as well as updated maps. There are signs, stickers, and kiosks on the kiosks, and most importantly, the Park mobile app will reflect the new rules and can guide users to using the system and implementing those the changes. So That's happening. I also want to make sure that people know that on March 21st at 1 p.m. at the Northampton Senior Center, there's going to be the Western Massachusetts Passenger Rail Commission meeting. So this is Northampton's opportunity to answer questions like, do you want a robust regional passenger rail in Western Mass? Do you want to discuss how passenger rail could benefit our region and what it should look like and how it should be managed? So please come and share your thoughts. If you'd like to submit testimony in writing or participate in the meeting remotely, there's information on the city's newsflash, and you can email Siobhan Morrissey at mahouse.gov. That is, again, we have this up on the city's website in the newsflash, so feel free to look there for that email address to submit testimony. And please come to that Passenger Rail Commission meeting, again, March 21st at 1 p.m. at the Senior Center at 67 Conn Street. Also, piggybacking on the arts a little bit, make sure that people know that this Saturday, the Arts Council is programming around 4 Sundays in March this year. There's the Psychedelic Cinema Orchestra performs South, Ernest Shackleton, and the Endurance Expedition. So that's at the Academy, and that's Saturday, March 18th at 7 p.m. And also, the high school is putting on their annual musical. So Rock of Ages is the musical, and that starts tonight. And there's shows Friday, March 17th at 7 p.m., Saturday, March 18th at 7 p.m., and a matinee Sunday, March 19th at 2 p.m. That's at Northampton High School's auditorium. More information and tickets at nhsmusical.com. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, anybody else? All right, I'd like to do a shout out to, well, first of all, at around 4:30 in the morning on Monday, the power went out at my house, and then I heard the plows coming down the street. You know, so now that's like 5:30 in the morning, and then I keep my phone next to my bed, and then it's the mayor sending out multiple emails letting, everybody know the city is shutting down, and that she was up since 5 and worked all day that day, and she routinely does that. So, just a shout out to the mayor and to DPW for the fine work that they did during that snowstorm and other snowstorms. I also want to just do a little thank you to VP Foster, who's announced she's not running, but just to recognize that I'm really glad that she's still here for the rest of this term, and that she's been a terrific colleague and counselor to work with me on matters related to running this body. There's lots of decisions that have been made relative to Counselor Foster, and I really appreciate that she's on council, so thank you. Okay, any other announcements? All right, next on the agenda, we have the consent agenda. Any presentations, Mayor? Thank you. We have the consent agenda. We have the minutes of February 16th, 2023, and March 2nd, 2023. We have item 22.199, National Grid. Oh, we're going to have to remove this, right? Yeah, so we will remove that from, that's the poll petition that we didn't have. Okay. We have item 23.253, in order to approve FY23 COLA increases for retirees. That's in second reading. We have item 23.276, appointment to the Arts Council for referral to city services. To the Arts Council, we have Ronald Smith. The term will run from February 2023 to 2026. And that's for a referral to city services. And that is the end of the consent agenda. I'm going to ask that we remove item B, the National Grid poll petition. Any other requests for removal? Okay.
Move approval of the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Jarrett and was seconded. Councilor Moulton, okay.
Waiting for the meeting to end.
All right, there's no discussion on the consent agenda. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
And Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, the consent agenda has been passed, and that item that we removed will be part of, back on the consent agenda at our next meeting when we have that public hearing on that poll petition. All right, next up, so the mayor had a request to move something up. Did you want to move it up to before financial orders? Or should we, because once we dig into financial orders,
It's gonna take a while to do, yeah, once we do. It's whatever the council wants to do, just since we have people here.
yeah, okay. So, so what I'm going to move up are the zoning ordinances. So, what I'll do is I'll take these items in order, Mayor, and that, because I think one will proceed quicker than the other. So we have item 23.246A, a package of 6 ordinance amendments related to form-based code. And I'm wondering if, we didn't give Carolyn a heads up on this.
There she is.
Surprise, Carolyn, you're not staying up till midnight. I guess it's
That's very
payback for
nice
last.
of you, but that's nice of you, but I'm not as sick as Donna is. So
Well,
I
yeah,
feel
you know,
terrible.
we're trying to take care of all of you guys, so, but we have somebody here in council chambers who's interested in the second item here. And in fact, why don't we just go to that? Okay? You ready, Carolyn? Okay, so this is item 23.246B, a zoning ordinance amendment related to form-based code. And this is the item that came from Legislative Matters on, was it Monday we met? Yes. And we met in the snowstorm. And that it arrived here with a neutral recommendation. And Counselor Jarrett, would you like to speak to why it came forward with a neutral recommendation?
Sure. So there were a couple concerns. One was about the odor elimination, which is the same as we currently have in the other districts that where cannabis production is allowed. And whether that was sufficient, whether that, do we have history with those, and has that been proven to be sufficient? And then the other concern was, where does this belong? Does it belong in as a zoning ordinance, meaning it's essentially only effective when that business begins operation, and then any changes in the future would not be retroactive? Or should it be a general ordinance that would be apply going forward to all businesses? So I believe, does anyone else from Legislative Matters want to speak? Is that accurate summary of the concerns?
That is an accurate summary. Thank you, Chairman Jarrett.
Okay. And Carolyn, so, and I think, so the concerns related to odors, do you want to speak to that?
So this came up several years ago when the original language was adopted for the industrial district, office industrial, general industrial and planned village. And At the time, there's a lot of discussion about what sort of which approach to take, and City Council adopted an approach that looks at sort of the mechanism, the mechanics of addressing odor for this use, as opposed to more subjective potential ways to address it is by, odor detection, which is very subjective and hard to, quantify, I guess. So what's in place is the standard that's been used across many industries for decades to address concerns about odor. And so this is really just sort of taking that same language and applying it wherever this type of use or growing, cultivation, extraction kinds of uses are allowed. And it's doesn't matter how big or small the operation, it just indicates that no matter what type, what scale you have to incorporate this. So that's how we got to this standard. And we have a few places in operation in the city. I think the other conversation, so just sort of from legislative matters, the conversation, of course, was, well, is there a difference now that you're moving into an area, a commercial district, where there might be more residential uses? There are residential uses in Planned Village and Office Industrial, of course, as well. The planning board had a conversation about this as well, and planning board members noted that we don't have any odor control requirements for any other uses that might generate odors that people feel are not so pleasant in some instances, even, restaurants or gas stations or the casket company, none of those types of uses have required odor control on them. So there was a whole conversation about whether, how far down that road we should go for cultivation beyond what we already have.
Thank you.
And then the answer about the discussion about whether this should be zoning or general code, it certainly can be in the general code. It's not really a land use regulation per se, so it definitely could, it doesn't have to be in the zoning. All the uses that have been approved for cultivation or extraction have came after this standard was in place. So there's no pre-existing non-conforming uses. And then you could opt to certainly move ahead with this zoning and then have a conversation later about whether you want to pull that piece out of zoning and make it across the board, a blanket sort of across the board in the general code section of the ordinances.
So for tonight, so you would recommend that for tonight that we move forward with this in zoning and then pull it out later? If we were thinking of putting it in general ordinances?
Right. If the council felt like it belongs in general ordinances, I would say that moving this zoning amendment ahead now wouldn't preclude you from coming back later and making that change. I just don't think there's been enough conversation about whether or not that makes sense, and you guys can certainly do that, but it won't. But I would recommend acting on the zoning amendment now, because it's just one piece of that amendment. The zoning amendment isn't about the odor control solely.
Councilor Jarrett.
Thanks, Carolyn. So, I have, in general, from businesses, I haven't heard many complaints. There is one operation that I have heard complaints. It's unclear to me whether they are not in compliance with the regulations or whether they are in compliance and there is odor anyway. I think that still needs to be determined. I see this as, we have a pretty strict standard here, from what I understand, in terms of high-efficiency particulate air handlers with activated carbon filters and exhaust systems. If, however, we find in the future that that is not sufficient, then we can adopt a general ordinance, not a zoning ordinance, because that wouldn't be retroactive. We can adopt a more strict general ordinance that could ask for additional measures to be taken. So I guess where I'm landing is we don't really have a full, like this is a good standard from what all the information that I've received, and that if we find in the future that we need to make that standard stricter, then we can do that.
Thank you. Councilor Foster.
Yeah, Councilor Jarrett, you actually spoke to the question that I was going to have. So you're saying that if there were to be an issue, then in the future, under the General Code of Ordinances, there could be an ordinance to address it, and it would be retroactive to existing facilities? Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding, and Carolyn, I don't know if you could speak to that. Are there any limitations is there any concern about that in the future for us?
Not that I know, not that I am aware of. So the reason why zoning ordinances are established and then have, and then when new zoning ordinances or ordinance amendments occur, that they aren't applied retroactively, is because it's about the land use and the uses that are being undertaken and the investment that people have made in the use itself. So this standard is an environmental standard about, it's not about using it. You're not coming back and saying you can't use the property the way the zoning ordinance allowed you to use it. It's just applying another layer of sort of parameters around the way it's used, or addressing environmental controls. So that's different, and that's why you could come back later. You're not saying the person can no longer, be in business.
Councilor Foster.
Great, thank you. So, yeah, I was sorry I couldn't go to Monday's Legislative Matters meeting, although I had a chance to watch your discussion. And, knowing, I see that that's a stringent mechanism, and I'm inclined to support it. It's particularly one of the concerns when we brought up the limit on retail cannabis previously was kind of who is in the industry and who is having the opportunity to participate in the industry. So in that way, I'm inclined to support this. And then the other thing I just wanted to throw out in case it's helpful is that when we wrote that ordinance previously, we did create a new section in the code. Currently, it only has one ordinance, but a new section for cannabis, anticipating that there would be other things that came up before council that may end up relating. So there is now a section in the general code if that is, ends up being preferable.
Councilor Moulton.
Councilor Foster, can you clarify what you just said? There's a section in the general code that's a holding place.
Well,
for what specifically?
Sure. The ordinance limiting the number of retail establishments now lives under a new section of the code, and I can find that. I have emails with Attorney Seawald we worked on, but I could find the number of that. Or maybe you have it, but we ended up creating a new spot.
22.201.
Yeah. So it's a section it's not a placeholder because there's the one ordinance under it, the one that we passed, but there's a section, I believe that it's just called cannabis, for if there were to be future ordinances relating to cannabis. So that is a place that this could live if we desired.
So what you're suggesting is that there is now a place in the general code that if we were to move at some point with an odor controlling ordinance, that would be where it would live,
Yes.
related to cannabis.
And do you mind if I respond?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, or, relating to the discussion right here, if we wanted this to live in zoning or under the general code, there is that option. And yes, there would be a section that a future ordinance regarding odors could live in as well.
Councilor Moult?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Mish, for the email Wednesday in which you included a link to a piece about best management practices relating to carbon filters. And I think that has been what has been used and has been the most effective way of filtering out odors. It's still, this is still a young business. I've done a little bit of reading in the interim between Monday's meeting and tonight about Santa Barbara County, because it has a lot of experience with grow facilities, both indoors and outdoors, and clearly there's a concern there about odors. And I think that we need to be careful moving. I have no objection to the concept of allowing micro businesses in the downtown business, Florence, in the Florence district. But I do want to be careful about subjecting a denser residential area to odors. They exist. We know they exist. And one of the steps that Santa Barbara County took in its zoning code was to use the term best available technology. In other words, Santa Barbara expects the facilities to utilize the best available technology at that point, because the technology is evolving. And in fact, in addition to the carbon filtration, is something called dry vapor producing that's neutralizing airborne odors that greenhouses are using. So what I would hate to see us sort of get trapped here, and by having this zoning that talks about carbon filters, and so I would prefer that we work on a general ordinance, and that it acknowledges that the technology is evolving, so that we're not locked into, a business that comes online now and is meeting that old standard that, that the carbon filtration met. So I want to be cautious on this. That's my feeling.
Councilor Perry.
Am I wrong in reading that it says alternative tech, after the carbon stuff, it says alternative technology may be used upon finding by the planning board through site plan approval process, that such other technology will to the extent practice will limit odors? Does that cover that?
Councilor Moult.
That is the wording now, but the way I read that is that the applicant, the business, may come in proposing to use some alternative technology rather than the city requiring something like the best available technology at that point. So the onus, it's if the city requires the best available technology, the onus then is on the applicant to meet that standard, rather than having the alternative of coming in with their own alternative technology.
Councilor Hulk.
I guess my question about that is who determines what the best alternative is? I mean, you have to vest, it seems to me you have to vest the discretion in somebody, and I think that putting it in the planning board in that manner effectively does that. I mean, I don't think the planning board would look at what was proposed by an applicant and say, we're going to take an alternative that is less acceptable, or like, I think the only standard I suppose there could be language added that made it clear that it, if it would have to be deemed to be an improvement or a better alternative, but I think if the planning board isn't going to take an alternative that is less effective, or, but, it could be that the thought is that there's too much discretion in that assumption, but I think we have to vest it in somebody to figure out what constitutes best available.
Both at the same time.
I want to let you go.
Go ahead.
I'm just looking at the County of Santa Barbara code, and that language is in the licensing, not in the zoning. So I don't know if there's any concern about that. But because what's best available at a particular time, would that carry over into the future if it was in the zoning? I don't know if Carolyn can speak to that.
Carolyn?
Yeah, that's very nebulous language, in I think, sort of speaking to what Councilor Elkins was sort of getting at, is that if the applicant comes forward and says, this is the best available technology, then there has to be an arbiter of that. It can't just be the building commissioner that says, oh, okay, you've told me it's the best, so I have to assume that's the best. And I think that's why having a precise standard is better for sort of all parties, because you're going to get what is deemed to be very effective at removing odors through carbon filtration. Technology may change, and so maybe it makes sense for this to be in a general code, so that every 5 years the city council can go through and say, has the technology changed? Do we want to change the language in this section to make it applicable across the board to even existing operators? There are other ways and things that are used in tandem with carbon filters. So the neutralization is a different technique. And there are chemical means to remove odor as well. I don't want to venture down that from a zoning perspective, because I think that's way out of land use controls. And I don't know anything about, I'm not a chemist, and so I don't want to, support something that I don't know anything about, and don't know whether there are side effects to using, these new technology, new chemical components. But again, I think that there's also, it seems like there's some question that the counselors have, that you all have, about what approach is the most appropriate, and it might be worth taking more time to sort of think about that as a separate item, and at the same time as you think about whether you want to move it out of zoning and put it into the general code language. I certainly would be, given that we haven't had enough time to discuss this one little piece of it, I would be, it would be hard for me to recommend that you alter the language and of this carbon filter piece without sort of more review.
Councilor Elton.
I would be in favor of leaving it as is, as passed through legislative matters for this point in time. It provides guidance to anybody immediately looking for guidance, who is in a position of trying to figure out what the city wants from them. And then, as Councilor Moulton said, and as Director Mish said, we can come back and revisit it at another time. And if at that time it's appropriate to remove that footnote, that guidance from the zoning code, because we're tackling in a different way in the general ordinances, then that seems appropriate to me. But I think for right now, it's important to go ahead and move the legislation through so that folks looking for clarity and guidance right now have it and know that they can move forward, and that we have time to address it in a more sort of comprehensive and thoughtful way, where that's the issue we're looking at. And it's not just a footnote of another piece of legislation. So I'd be inclined to support it as is, and would be also happy to entertain down the road other legislation as a general matter.
Carolyn, I have a question, which is, so carbon filters, this is state of the art, right? This is the best technology out there that we can expect right now. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
It's very common and very good. I don't want to suggest that I am the expert on carbon filters and can say that it's the best technology out there. It's widely used and widely considered to be a very effective mechanism at removing odors. And for this particular, the research that I have done shows that in particular, this compound that seems to be what creates the odor in cannabis and marijuana is very similar to other compounds where carbon filtration has been used for decades to sort of address. So there may be other, and there may be complementary things that can be used, but this is definitely used widely in this industry.
So where did the idea of carbon filters come from? Did that come from the CCC, or where did we come up with that?
We just did research a couple of years ago when this issue came up. People wanted to know how we could control odor, and there are, so across the board sort of doing, when we were looking at options for addressing this, this technology sort of popped up as one that is very effective. Other municipalities try to do take a more subjective tact and state that no odor shall emanate from the outside of the building, and so I think at the time when we adopted this, you all opted to go for a mechanical sort of means of addressing the odor instead of a more subjective means of understanding, of sort of gauging sensitivity to smell. And so there are communities across the country that do that, but I think that mostly in the research, the effective way to address this we determined was with this kind of filters.
Thank you. Any other? Councilor Moulton.
So, Director Mish, if we pass this as is, and a micro business opens in one of the business districts, and there is a problem with odors, how are we going to address that if the business has met the standard that is in this footnote of activated carbon filters? How are we then going to require more if we don't? Should we be adopting or moving to adopt a general ordinance about odor control now to provide that kind of protection?
I think that there's so a couple things. One is these systems do need maintenance. The filters do need to be replaced. And so I think the first tact would be to understand whether the operator is following the manufacturer's guidelines for replacement. So maybe more intense odor is detected because they haven't been keeping up with maintenance. So it could be something as simple as that. I think it's my understanding that the city is not trying to ensure that there's no smell ever emanating from any of these places. So I think there has to be an understanding or maybe another conversation about what the goal is for these systems, because some people may still smell something, at the edge of the building, in a hallway, but does that rise to the level of being a problem is, I guess, the question that would have to be determined at the time.
Councilor Perry.
I found myself kind of baffled by this conversation. We've already discussed the fact that cannabis is one of the most well-regulated industries. The CCC has a bunch of regulations and guidelines, and it seems to me from hearing this, I was not able to go to legislative matters, but we're talking about not a safety issue, we're talking about odors. Again, something that's subjective. As Director Mish is saying, how can we tell what is offensive to someone? I love the smell of Indian food. I love passing it. I know that some people don't. I've seen in my listserv people talking about dryer sheets, people using scented dryer sheets. Are we really here to discuss whether or not someone can smell weed? I feel like what I see in this ordinance or these amendments are pretty reasonable requirements for carbon filters, some exhaust systems to try and mitigate some of that, which is a courtesy. It's not harming anyone. It's just to try and get rid of these odors. I also see that in this example, we do have someone here who has a micro business who actually is an example of the social equity clauses that we've made sure to carve out for our cap on weed things. And I feel like it's just disheartening to see more pressure put on these businesses which are struggling. We know that some of these businesses are going out of business right now. We've watched one close, there's other ones closing. And so to impose more requisites and requirements just seems like we don't want to have these businesses here, or I'm just confused as to what the real problem we're trying to solve is.
Thank you, Councilor. Well, I think I can respond to that. And so what came up during the recent cannabis discussion, there was a lot of concern about folks smelling weed around town, particularly people in recovery, and that the issue to enforce that, if somebody's walking down Main Street and smoking weed, is that we then have to enforce our no smoking ordinance, and that gets complicated because that we're really kind of reluctant to do that. But in this case, what we're talking about is a business that has the possibility of producing some sort of odor that could be difficult for somebody who's in recovery from cannabis. And that, for me, what I'm trying to figure out is, are we actually, and this is something we can control. It's not somebody walking down the street. It's, somebody who actually is running a business here, and that I just want to be assured that the systems that we're putting in place, that it sounds like, based on what Carolyn is saying, and that we landed on these filter systems, that they're pretty much, this is the best that would be available out there. But I just want to say that my concern on Monday had to do with the effectiveness of this, and that it wasn't entirely clear on that snowy evening, as to how much, how much faith we have in these filter systems. So, but I'll say this, after the research, that Councilor Moulton has shared, what Carolyn has shared, and that what Councilor Jarrett has shared about that, yes, we can move on this, and then we can actually, if it's problematic, we can actually go in and, as Councilor Foster has said, actually increase, look for other systems if it's actually problematic. So, tonight, I'm comfortable with this moving forward based on the idea that these are basically the best systems that are going to be out there for this type of business, and that, and as Carolyn had said, it could change, and that we could revisit what those systems might be, but they're not here yet, and that at the same time, I'm thinking we need to move forward on this, so.
I'd move to approve the legislation.
I would second that.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins, seconded by Councilor Perry, and did somebody up there have,
Mary Ann.
Mary Ann?
Yes, thank you. You already voted on that. I had my hand up.
Oh, you were going to make a motion?
No, I wasn't going to make a motion. I was.
No, we didn't vote. So we now have a motion on the floor, and to approve, but you can still speak to it.
Okay. I talked at Legislative Matters in regards to the great concerns in Ward 6 about 6 years ago. And Carolyn did check it out, that what the company had agreed with, and I'm talking about not 1, 2, or 3 meetings, many attorneys that residents brought in also of concerns in the residential areas. We were looking at West Farms Road, Ryan Road, Woodsland, Cardinal Way. It was phenomenal. And the odor was the biggest problem. And a lot of research was done in Ward 6 by some extremely intelligent people who knew about odors. And we were guaranteed with the carbon filters that they were going to use. They're not cheap. That in the facility, in the gravel pit, that it would take the filters in the system, would take the odor up and bring it back in. So we came to a compromise because they really worked with over 400 and something residents, which would have been affected by odors. And to me, that's extremely important. So I think what I'm hearing tonight, that we should vote on this tonight. We have the opportunity at a point where there is a problem, where we can go ahead and work a different language and place it in another area. That can be done.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve item 23.246B, zoning ordinance amendment related to form-based code. Hearing and seeing no further discussion, Laura, roll call on approval.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes?
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.246B, a zoning ordinance amendment related to the form-based code has been approved. Happy people in the room, okay. All right.
Or is that just too much?
Well, so I have a question for council around procedure here, and that has to do with, we have financial orders and we have a resolution. And the resolution is the actions and part of, that, do we first want to tackle the resolution, which is about the plan, or do we want to go to the financial orders? So we approved the resolution. The resolution's up for approval. It's down on the agenda. We can move it up before the financial orders, or we can, Counselor Jarrett.
But we're not approving the resolution tonight. Well, it's only first
Oh,
reading.
it's in first reading, okay.
So
Thank
this
you.
this may be more applicable in 2 weeks, when we probably want to approve the resolution before. However, there is a suspension of rules, but that's not for our CIP orders. So there's a request to appropriate additional funding for a hybrid inspection vehicle, but that's not part of our CIP orders.
Okay.
So we could go either way, right? But
So, which would we rather tackle here?
Wait, can I just, should we continue? We still have another zoning ordinance that we have not talked about, the A. We skipped to the B part.
Right.
Okay, let's do the other. Oh, boy.
Counselor Perry, that was coming from me. I was just looking to see if there was a way we could get anything applicable to DPW done sooner than later, but
Smart.
it's an unwieldy beast, but that's where that came from.
This is a wild agenda. Okay, so the other, Carolyn, you still around? Item 23.246A, a package of 6 ordinance amendments related to form-based code. This is in second reading. And these are here with a positive recommendation from Legislative Matters. And Counselor Jarrett, could you give a little summary on why they're here with a positive recommendation?
all right. Well, I can. I feel like Carolyn might be able to
do a better job. Sure.
Or just give a general overview, like she did in Legislative Matters. That might be helpful.
So this package, thank you, Counselor. This package in front of you is a cleanup. The form-based code was a multi-year process to get to the point of adoption. It was very detailed and reached into various different chapters of the zoning code. And we figured there would be areas that we missed because it was such a complex code. And sure enough, right after it was adopted, we started finding places that we should have addressed. And Councilor Jarrett was actually great. He went through and picked out several of these and sent them along, and we just held on to them for a while to see if anything else percolated to the surface before we sent a package to you all to clean up. And this is really just cleaning up references for the most part to make sure that the new labels for the downtown and Florence Center districts are correctly identified in each of these sections. And so you'll see they sort of run across zoning and the general code related to signs, related to snow clearing, food trucks, and parking, and the And all of those are really just sort of cleaning up references.
Okay, so Counselor Nash asked me to take over for a moment. So let's open this up for discussion and particularly questions of Director Mish. So. Does anyone have questions? Okay, Counselor Jarrett.
Well, actually, don't have questions for Director Mish. All of mine have been answered, but I did want to point out a couple of things that I raised in legislative matters. One is that I think in both the planning board and legislative matters, we spoke about parking standards, and we agreed that we didn't want that changing the parking standards at this point. That's not what this is about. This is about cleaning things up in general, but that it would be worth talking about in the future parking standards in, for example, a very walkable neighborhood like Central Business Gateway, and how much do we want to have parking requirements, and the understanding that parking requirements can add to the cost of housing, because you'll pay for the parking that is developed, whether you need it or not. So that was one. And we did make an amendment about, also related to Central Business Gateway, about mobile food vehicles. And that reflects the previous zoning, that mobile food vehicles will still be allowed under that amendment in Central Business Gateway, and they were allowed in the previous zoning that was in those two areas, which are kind of far south and far north of downtown. And then lastly, snow clearing. There is an actual change to the snow clearing ordinance in terms of so the snow clearing ordinance makes a distinction between business and other areas of the city, business districts, and business districts must be cleared by 9 a.m. of the next business day, as opposed to a full 24 hours from when the storm stops. So this will expand into Central Business Gateway the requirement that the snow be cleared by 9 a.m. And I, as someone who used to live on Hooker Avenue and walk down King Street after a snowstorm, I know how difficult that can be, because the businesses were not clearing the snow. I mean, maybe they were following the rules, but that was not sufficient for what people needed to do to be able to get down King Street. So I'm supportive of that expansion.
Take the helm back.
You've got it. Just open the floor for questions and comments.
Counselors, any other questions? Where's Rachel? There's Rachel. Okay. You guys move around on the screen. It's hard to. All right. So, a motion to.
I'd move to approve.
Second. Hesitant.
Motion made by Counselor Elkins, seconded by Counselor Perry to approve 23.246A. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay. Item 23.246A, a package of 6 ordinance amendments related to form-based code, has passed.
Thank you, Councilor Jarrett, for your work.
Thanks. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to go back to that question I had before. Resolution or financial orders? What is council's pleasure here?
I mean, it's first reading. I mean, are we just going to be referring it out to?
Well, we had a public hearing, so I'm not sure that referral for the financial orders would be in order.
So we'd
But-
just be moving to approve tonight? We can vote?
Well, no, Counselor Foster.
Yeah, I would suggest we do the financial orders first, because I think the resolution might get us into a very big picture discussion that some of these financial orders may address. And so then we could address the nitty-gritty, or at least these, and then go back to the resolution, which is a much bigger picture than the specific financial orders.
Okay. Sound good? Okay. All right, so, what I'd like to do is to go to the package of, it's 10 financial orders, related to the capital improvement program. Because we have a lot of department heads who are here related to that. So, let me pull these up. Okay, here we are. Okay, the first financial order is 23.265, in order to appropriate $450,000 from capital stabilization for hotel bridge project. Mayor, do you want to speak to this?
Sure, so we're starting at 9 and doing the capital improvement ones?
Do you have a microphone there? You can put it there. You know what? Feel free to grab the microphone from the podium and.
Oh, we have one.
Okay.
David
All right.
has one.
Good.
I don't know if anyone can.
But then they're not on camera, I don't think.
I'm happy to stand up there.
Oh.
Can't see them, yeah, can't see them.
Okay.
Oh, there she is.
Sorry, I'm just getting all my stuff.
We'll work on this, Mayor. I think if you're on Zoom, if you're in the Zoom, people can see you. Just a thought.
Actually, the camera did eventually pan to that table.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm here now, it's fine.
You're there now. Go
All
ahead.
good, it's all good. So, this is the order for the Hotel Bridge project that we just talked about in the hearing. So, I don't know if there are further questions or information on it, but this is all gonna sound very familiar.
If I can ask for a little clarification. I guess I'm just, because, this is a thing that we do once a year, and some of us were very brand new when we did it, or relatively brand new, I guess, not that brand new. But anyway, pretty brand new when we did it before. So I guess I'm wondering, just procedurally, so this doesn't get referred out tonight? It just goes to the next meeting for us to vote, and so we're having further discussion, or?
So this is introduction, in that usually with financial orders, we discuss whether to refer them to finance or whether to refer them to the consent agenda. So that's, and so the mayor's here to give an introduction to the financial order. So.
Okay. In the interest of not making Director LaScala have to do anything more tonight, that's not necessary, I guess.
That's why I want to tackle, she's hanging around for all of this. For me, it's kind of a chicken and egg. It's like, is it the resolution, which is this, or is it all of these financial orders, which is the money that feeds into it?
So the entire resolution, the council has to adopt the entire program by resolution.
Correct.
And then, like anything, each individual appropriation has to then be voted on.
So now we're discussing the loading it up right now. Okay, so Hotel Bridge, $450,000. Director LaScala was referring to this, that this is part of this is for engineering for the Hotel Bridge? Is that correct, the plan?
No, Counselor, this is actually going to pay for the construction to reopen the bridge.
Thank you.
We're going to put this project out to bid shortly.
Well, I move to refer this to the consent agenda of our next meeting.
Second.
Second.
I love it when this council wants to vote. Any discussion on referral to the consent agenda?
I'm comfortable with that.
Oh, I see Councilor Labarge. Yes. You have the
Yes.
floor.
You know, it's funny because my husband and I were talking about this order again. His family, born and raised on Water Street. The bridge, my husband said, was built in 1888. And I think they closed it down, when was it, Donna? In 2004, I think that bridge had closed down. It was inoperable, you couldn't use it anymore. So you figure, that's quite a long time. And there's a lot of history with that bridge, so how can you ever not say, yes, I'm not going to support this, I am going to support this, because there's many generations in Leeds who want to see this done.
Thank you, Council. Any other discussion on referring this to the consent agenda? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay. Item 23.265, in order to appropriate $450,000 from capital stabilization for hotel bridge project, will appear on the consent agenda at our next meeting. Next up, item 23.266. Yes. Councilor Elkins.
Counselor Nash, I wonder, because a number of these items were spoken about in the original presentation during the course of the hearing,
Yes.
might we, in the name of efficiency, ask if anybody wants to remove any of these, and then anything that's not up for discussion be moved to consent agenda in a batch? Technical word, batch.
So you could put that motion on the floor, Councilor Jarrett?
Oh, yeah, maybe that's out of order, but, yeah, or we can move them as a batch, and then we can still talk about each one that needs to be talked about. We're just talking about them all at once.
Good idea.
Teamwork, that team.
So, I would move that we, I would move that items 9A, B, C, which one did we already talk about? A has already been talked about. 9, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J on the agenda be moved to the consent agenda.
Okay.
I would second that.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Elkins, seconded by, I'm going to give it to Councilor Labarge because she's at a disadvantage here. She's usually the first. So to take items B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J as a group. Any discussion on this? Hearing none?
Wait.
What? What? What?
I have discussion, I have.
Oh,
things I
well,
want to talk about.
I was thinking we had to vote on taking them as a group and then discuss them.
Oh, no, I think they've all been moved as a group to
All right, got it.
the
All right.
consent agenda.
Thank you.
And now
We don't want to
we will discuss them.
move all this money by mistake.
Jeez.
Okay, discussion on all of those items. Councilor Jarrett?
Is there a preference to do them in order? Should we just say?
Would you like me to read them
Let's talk
through?
about the Smith College gift, and then anything about that, and then, because otherwise we might go all out of order.
Okay. So it's almost like I'm doing them in order. Okay. All right, let me pull that up. All right, item 23.266, in order to appropriate Smith College gift towards 21st century classroom technology project. And Mayor, you spoke to this earlier.
Yes, so this particular order is, comes from the gift that Smith gave in December 21 of $500,000 total that's being appropriated each year. So this is $166,000 that is going to this project. There's additional funds that are also going to this project, but this is making up the bulk of these funds.
Thank you. Any other questions related to that one? I have to check for Counselor Foster.
Yeah, I'm next door. You know, Mayor, there was a lot of discussion earlier, and I was looking, I think, at the Zoom and managing it at that point. Do you mind, very briefly, rehashing your description of this order?
Not
Thank
at all. Let me just, I can find it up.
Apologies all.
You were busy.
I was busy.
So again, this is a project that has been in the works for over 4 years, and we were excited to begin to implement it this year. And the first purchase of smartboards and this other equipment happened, and I should say the first installation happened during the December break when there was no one in the schools. So it was really exciting for everyone to come back from break and have this new technology. And there was a professional development day that was scheduled in January to get teachers up and running on all of this technology. So what else can I tell you? So this is, this is stuff to modernize our classrooms. It's stuff that the digital literacy and computer science team have been working with teachers and the administration over years to figure out what the needs are. And when this generous gift came from Smith, I was happy to be able to direct it towards this project and make it happen. So, yeah. I'm trying to think of anything else I can tell you.
Counselor Foster.
Yeah.
You sort of then answered the question that I was going to have about it, which is where the, especially as I understand there's a large budget gap for the schools that we're looking at. And so I was wanting to hear sort of where the drivers were and where it was. And I'm hearing that it's a one-time gift from Smith, and it's supporting technology, and it's coming from, I didn't catch the full name, but the computer literacy team.
Right, so the Northampton Public Schools Digital Literacy and Computer Science team.
Okay. And so it's supporting a school-identified need that is supporting the teachers and learning in the classroom. It's just, I know that there's so many competing priorities in the schools. That's what I wanted.
Yes, and it is, so it was a one-time unrestricted gift from Smith, but we often try and use gifts from Smith towards our public schools and to further education. So I was happy to be able to direct it towards the Northampton Public Schools.
Thank you.
So next year will be the last year of the 3 years of funding from that gift.
Okay. Any other questions related to that item? Okay, I'm on to the next one. Item 23.267, in order to authorize borrowing of $577,000 and $500 for DPW vehicles. I guess I could read the whole thing, but it's basically repeating the same number. So, Mayor.
Yes, so, Director Scalia answered some questions about the vehicles during the hearing, so I don't know if there's any further questions. Again, we noted some of our, and those of us who did the tour of the DPW facilities saw that some of those vehicles have been in use for decades. It's pretty remarkable how well the mechanics and the DPW can manage to keep those vehicles running. But they are very specialized vehicles, and they do need to be replaced at times.
Councilor Jarrett.
And do we borrow because we will be paying for these in the next fiscal year or fiscal years?
Charlene, do you want to add? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we actually will bond for these in September of 2023, but they won't hit the budget until fiscal year 2025.
Thank you.
Okay, did Councilor Maori go? There she is, okay. Any other questions relative to this item? All right, on to the next.
Councilor Labarge has her hand up.
Oh, she put it up when I wasn't looking. All right.
Uh-oh.
All right, go ahead, Mary Ann. Go ahead, Councilor
I
Labarge, you have
just-
the floor.
Thank you. I just want to go ahead and thank Director Donna Lascalia for really explaining the situations of why we're investing the money in the vehicles that they need at the Department of Public Works. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor.
You're welcome.
Right.
Make a motion.
Okay, next up is item 23.268, in order to authorize borrowing $1.5 million for paving projects. This is another pretty straightforward order saying we're going to borrow $1.5 million.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This is borrowing that we do every year for paving.
Yes.
All right. Councilor Jarrett.
What are the paving projects for this year?
Thanks for asking, Councilor Jarrett. So the projects on tap for this year are to tie in the recently repaved sections of Bridge Road and North Main Street by resurfacing approaches and the entire Look Park roundabout. Spring Street to finish the road from Meadow to Colonel Valley Lane, and on Loudville Road from Route 66 around 200 feet south to tie to work we did in 2021. And Winter Street is going to begin next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting that. She had the information. We prove we find out about streets when they blow up. Any other questions related to this item? Okay, I'm on to the next one. 23.269, in order to appropriate $25,000 from the Cemetery Trust in income for cemetery restorative work. This is from the Perpetual Trust Fund.
Yes, and again, Director Lascalia talked about this at length, so I don't know if there are any other questions.
Okay. Is Rachel raising her hand? All right. So, I will read the next one. We have item 23.270, in order to reprogram unused funds to City Hall exterior repairs in OPS shared use paths. So we have $64,949 from the SIP Plan Central Services Lighting Upgrades account, and to be reprogrammed for Central Services City Hall exterior envelope repairs, and $7,839 from the CIP Plan Fitzgerald Parking Lot and Path Plan account be programmed for planning and sustainability shared use paths.
I'd just like to highlight that Director McCarthy has, I think, done really a great job of looking at our City Hall campus buildings and identifying some deferred maintenance, and is really trying to do some work on these buildings. We have lots of places where water's getting in, and they're just not as tight and as efficient, that's to say the least, as they could be. So we're trying to tackle some of these envelope repairs to then be able to work more extensively on getting them to decarbonize them.
Yeah, I had a great discussion with him today, and he really framed all of the projects that we're working on over the next 5 years is really about we're working on the envelope of buildings, and then in working on the insulation, that it's he called it low-hanging fruit, that it's stuff that all needs to be done, and that some of them are big, but that it's all stuff that we need to be addressing.
He took me on a tour of these buildings fairly recently and pointed out a bunch of stuff that is low-hanging fruit, and just really needs to be addressed because, as we know with some of these maintenance issues, they just grow and grow and grow and cause much bigger problems if you don't deal with them. So I appreciate his eye towards this.
Okay, read the next one. Okay, you watch for Mary Ann and Rachel while I'm... All right, I read that one. Item 23.271, in order to appropriate parking receipts reserved funds for parking projects. Councilor Jarrett.
Within this, there's the safety barriers on the parking garage. I haven't been up there in a while, but I noticed it said something about temporary plywood barriers are in place. And then you're going to be looking for a more permanent solution. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we're looking for a more permanent solution. There have been some tragic incidents that have happened on the garage, and I feel like this is something that we can solve, and that we shouldn't have a garage that is unsafe or provides an opportunity for someone at a low moment to do something tragic. So this is something that Councilor Foster and I have been talking about a lot for the last year, and we are trying to come up with a solution. The estimates that we've gotten to do a more permanent solution were truly astronomical, and so I've been asking sort of repeatedly for us to really think creatively and figure out how we can get this done and make it safer in a way that's affordable, or that's manageable. So again, Director McCarthy's has heard me talk about this many times and has really gone the extra mile to think about this and work on this. And so we are, we're putting more money towards studying how we can get this done.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes, I wanted to speak to that as well, and I wanted to thank both the mayor and Councilor Foster for advocating for this. And I really wanted to speak tonight on behalf of one of my constituents, Liz Hamilton, who sent all the councilors email this week urging this project go forward. She lost her son tragically in August of 2009, who was either pushed or jumped or fell from the roof. That is one of the incidents that the mayor mentioned. There have been two other fatalities in 2007 and 2020 resulting from similar incidents. So this is a critical safety concern, and I'm glad that the study is going forward, and I hope that once solutions have been determined, that we'll then move forward as quickly as possible. I know there's money in the capital improvement program for the next 2 years, 25 and 26, to actually install the barriers on the upper floors, and I just hope that goes through as quickly as possible.
Thank you, as do I. And I hope whenever, any place that is building structures like this, that they should keep that in mind next time they build them.
Yep.
And figure out how to build them safely from the start.
Councilor Foster.
And in the same order, I just want to make sure I understand, because we've had so much focus on hybrid and electric vehicles, and I understand that there's a request for a pickup truck, and I'm sure it's been thought through, and I'm just wanted to ask sort of what the needs at the garage are that require the pickup truck, and just so I understand the reasoning behind it.
And Charlene, do you have it at the tip of your?
Sorry if I asked you a big one last minute.
I even have these tabs, and I'm trying to figure out where it is. Oh, here we go.
It's a big document.
Yeah.
Can't even load it in the.
I think we all deserve a pat on the back for being able to go through it and negotiate our way through it, so.
Oh my gosh. Why can't I find it?
Sorry, I'm not finding it fast either.
I'm not gonna lie.
Sorry, I closed my tab and it took several minutes to load, so I can't be helpful.
Because it's an enormous document.
There was some suggestion, I thought I recalled in the advisory committee that they were talking about an electric pickup truck, but
Yeah, I feel like I looked at this earlier. Why can't I find it?
I know, it's in here.
Pickup truck would be replaced. The existing truck has undergone standard maintenance and repairs, but is showing signs, it's page 235, but is showing signs of wear and rust. The truck would be traded in and its value applied toward a new truck. The truck would be equipped with a plow package. Purchase of an electric truck will be purchased as consistent with mayoral and city policy.
yes, I recall riffing extensively about how I would like to drive that truck.
Your mic was on.
Oh. So, somebody else wants to read that?
So, Councilor Foster, what was your question? What the need for it is, or what kind of vehicle it would be?
It was, when I saw it, I made the assumption that it was a traditional gas pickup truck.
Oh.
But then I understand your mic was off, so people at home didn't hear, but you just explained that an electric truck with a plow package would be purchased, assuming that's available. So, thank you.
Yes, and that's not slated till 28, it looks like. Is that right?
Wait a minute, but this truck is being, no, so that, then I read the wrong one.
No, you're right, this is in 24, but. Oh, yeah, then you read the wrong one.
So is there another one?
What page, Mayor?
So we were looking at 235, but that's in FY '28. 223. Yeah, so this also would be hybrid or electric. And this is parking maintenance, and we'll have a lift gate for operations and hauling. And an electric or a hybrid truck is what we'll try and get. Yeah.
Thank you for doing that digging.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions on item 23.271? Okay. I will now read the next. Item 23.272, in order to appropriate 2.63 million free cash to various capital projects. Okay, is it the council's pleasure for me to read these? Oh, it's a long list.
No.
I think you guys can see what's in here.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Counselor Jarrett.
I had a question about the senior center and the windows not being installed correctly and needing replacement. So is there a contractor that can be held responsible for that, or is it just too late?
I'm kind of giggling because I remember as a counselor asking the same question of Mayor Knight. I believe there is not. It has been too long, and I've as mayor, I asked that to Director Nardi as well. Yes, unfortunately, it does seem like a new building, and that the windows shouldn't need to be replaced, but it's outside of any kind of warranty for it, or unfortunately.
I figured. The phone system refresh, there was talk of a cloud system. I don't know the architecture of our intranet, but would the system still work internally if there were temporary internet outages? So that people could still communicate by the phones in that case? Or if it was a cloud system, would that be precluded?
That's a good question.
I don't know if the chief information officer is on this call. He might be able to answer that better. I know when you have a cloud-based system or an internet, it can be challenging if there's no internet.
Alan Wolf just turned his camera on.
He just what?
It's an internet, it's a voice over IP system now. If we have no internet, we have no phones.
Okay, so it's the same.
It changes nothing.
Yeah.
It's just an upgrade.
Sometimes those systems are set up with physical servers that can actually maintain the connection just for your local building, or depending on how much connectivity you have. So I was just curious. So I know that could be useful.
It certainly could be useful. It could have been useful this week. I do know that we do need to do this because the system we have currently is no longer supported anymore. So we can't get the phones, and we can't replace things and things like that. So that's the reason for it. But
thanks. And then my last question was about the sidewalks. So are we going with, the paving projects will mirror the sidewalk projects?
that is generally what we do. If we're going to be doing a big paving project, then we will embark on a sidewalk project. But we do some maintenance additionally, as I said before. But that is how we've been trying to approach it.
Right. Thanks.
Oh, Director LaScalia wanted to address that too.
Sorry, I just thought it'd be helpful if I jumped in for a second. The mayor is correct, but I also want to point out we've done quite a bit of work on our downtown sidewalks. I don't know if folks have noticed, just trying to sort of stabilize a lot of areas downtown. And we are using some sidewalk capital money for that, using some sidewalk capital money on Winter Street. So we sort of roll from year to year, do what we can to chase our paving projects, but also have some discrete projects to the extent possible. Thanks.
Thanks, and thanks also for the Florence Center sidewalk work.
Councilor Moulton.
Thanks. I have a question about Central Services City Elevators code upgrades to the 16 elevators. That is pages 174, 175. We are appropriating tonight the $80,000 for FY24, and my question is, by delaying the other $80,000 to complete the upgrades for all 16 elevators, are we in danger of the remaining elevators that aren't upgraded this year are being locked down by the state at the time of inspection?
I think that if that was the case, then Director McCarthy would have absolutely said it was critical to do all of them right now.
Yep.
And not split them between the 2 years.
I mean, I don't understand, I don't understand what stop switches do, and why, but I'm just, I assume that to be the case as well, but I wanted to raise that question.
I will ask him about it and ensure that that won't be the case, but I imagine that we have some amount of time in which to get this done, that he feels like it's okay
Okay.
to split it between these 2 fiscal years.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions related to this? All right. The next item on the agenda is 22.273, in order to appropriate $30,000 from sale of land RRA account for tax title properties. Mary, you want to speak to this?
Director, is there anything you wanted to add about tax title, or was it Carolyn who had some information on that?
Yeah, so Director Mish provided some information about where the money came from.
Oh, Charlene, your microphone.
Yeah, so Director Mish has provided some information about where the funds for the sale of land.
Right, so these are from land sales. We sold land on Woodland for a home. We sold lots to Emerson Way LLC on Burt's Pit for affordable units. So that is where these funds come from.
Counselor Jarrett.
Have we taken any tax title properties in the last year? Is that held up by the state?
So, I'm sorry, so you're asking if the treasurer put any properties in tax title?
No, like,
Have we actually taken any?
have we actually taken any that are in tax
I
title?
don't think so.
When they're very far along?
Yes.
And is that, I know the state, for years, we've kind of been waiting for action by the state to move them to a certain point where we could take them. Is that still the case, or is that something I should ask the treasurer?
I can follow up with the treasurer tomorrow, but I don't think that's an issue. I did hear that there was an issue before, and I think we talked about this last year as well, and I don't believe it's an issue.
Yeah.
But I will follow up with the treasurer and get an answer for you.
Okay, yeah, there's properties in my ward that I follow on behalf of constituents to try to say, okay, when is this going to come? There's some examples where they can't do a particular thing because of this particular lot that no one owns. And if they want to own it, and then they can build a house or do something like that. So they have an interest in those things getting moved along.
All right. I will get you an answer.
Thanks.
Any other questions related to that item? All right, next. Item J, 23.274, in order to appropriate $975,000 from stabilization for various capital projects. And I could read these. I think councilors can look it over. Counselor Jarrett.
I just had a quick question about why do some come from free cash and some come from stabilization?
It's kind of a puzzle to get it all funded that Charlene works on and figures out how to get it all appropriated, but you want to speak more eloquently to that?
So no, that was it. It's basically, so when we look at our free cash at the beginning, or when it's certified, we think about the buckets, the 3 buckets that it goes to, and a third of it goes to our capital improvement program. So I'm targeting an amount to use for free cash. So it is like a puzzle. Once the mayor and the capital planning committee has decided what to recommend, then I start trying to figure out the funding. And that's the way it works. We also have targets every year that we try to keep for capital stabilization, the amount of money we put in capital stabilization and also the money we plan to use. That's also listed in the budget. So I stick to those. And then it just becomes, I want to make sure cash capital, one of the funding sources you'll see in this book, is actually out of the budget for FY24. So we can't vote those until July. And those projects, I want to make sure when I'm doing that puzzle and trying to figuring out the dollar amounts, I don't put the schools in there, I don't put projects that need to happen over the summer, because if we vote it in July, or you vote it in July, it doesn't give the project enough time to get done before school starts. So those are all the things that kind of go into the planning, and it really is kind of like a fun, try to figure out where all the money should come from.
Thanks.
Did you say fun?
Numbers can be fun.
She's the finance director.
That's why that's her job.
You should see her work an Excel spreadsheet. It's amazing.
Okay, so, I'm looking at Councilor Labarge and Maori, if they have any questions.
Nope.
No, okay. So
I'm
that, I believe, is the whole list of the other 9 financial orders that are now before us as a group. Any further discussion on moving these 9 orders forward as a group? I gotta look. All right, hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori. See her.
She may need to be a co-host. She
She
left and came back.
joined. Let's see, 1 second.
I think, hello, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes. Okay, those 9 items will appear on the consent agenda at our next meeting on May 30th. Okay,
Councilor Nash, may
All right.
we have a 5-minute break, please?
sure, everybody, okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
See everybody at 10:51.
All right.
I just have 2 left.
You are the president, we want to make sure you make it through.
We'll sacrifice to ensure that you can soldier on. I'm not sure actually, well, no, they do know that we're meeting in person here.
I wonder, though, I bet you I'm not sure. I'm assuming that maybe not the protocols that they had prior to COVID are not back in place.
Yeah,
Because they're
no,
probably
definitely.
shutting all the buildings down at.
True. Yeah, all of it is like
sorry.
Oh,
I'll tell her that.
Yeah, but we can probably do it this way. Yeah, we're all muted because. Now I have the echo. We're all muted. We're on the live TV thing.
yes, Oz.
Now I'll turn my mic off.
Kind of like Oz. By the way, I think, you know that problem we've been having with video cameras looking psychedelic? I just solved it by changing my video settings and taking them off high def.
Dave's waiting on us.
Oh, okay, whenever you want to start, Dave. Whenever you're ready. Go ahead. Go, all right. All right, we're going to go back to the top of the financial orders, but before, we're going to do a little levity here.
Oh my gosh, was that in there?
What is happening down there?
I don't know.
This is the mayor when she was council president. This is her nameplate.
Thank you.
Aw.
I only got to use it for a couple meetings. Thank you. Aw. I kind of wonder what happened to that. Thank you. You never know what you'll find in these desks.
You can take that home and put it on your desk.
Council President,
Yes.
can I mention one other thing that we are an hour and 8 minutes away from here now?
Oh, come on now.
Which is
Aw,
the,
Laddie, what do you want
Yes,
to tell
happy
me?
birthday!
Surprise.
happy birthday, Mayor Shara, in
Oh,
an
it's
hour
your
in
birth-
advance.
Tomorrow.
Oh,
Tomorrow, yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
hold it. We're going to go.
Tomorrow is coming very soon.
It's coming
And
very
then this council's singing.
May we not still be here on your birthday.
That's true. That's true. Thank you.
Councilor Jarrett.
Just a
Jarrett, sing.
another time-saving maneuver. I would propose that we move A, B, and C, 8A, B, and C as a group to the consent agenda of our next meeting. And then we can discuss about it, and we only have to vote once.
Okay. Are you making a motion?
I am.
Okay. And is there a second? Okay, motion made by Councilor Jarrett, seconded by Councilor Maori. Councilor Foster.
I may have missed it. I heard you say A, B, and C. Did you say D too?
No, because that is to be approved tonight.
I
So we'll have to
understand.
do a different process.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we now have 3 items up for discussion as a group. All right, we have 23.262, in order to appropriate $45,000 in free cash to economic development projects and initiatives. And I think Alan is going to speak to this, right? Or Mayor, are you?
Yeah, Alan certainly can.
I think he wants you, but we could.
He certainly can speak to it.
As long as you mention Garage Band.
He did turn his camera on.
Okay. Go ahead, Alan.
Mayor, it's completely up to you. I mean, so basically, this is Mayor Shara continuing to support economic development downtown, and through the philosophy, I think, shared by her economic development department and the arts and culture department, that the city's chief and most effective role is to try and do things that encourage people to come back downtown. And so, efforts that we have done so far to this have been to help support outdoor dining, to encourage and partner with the wonderful folks on Summer on Strong, who I can also share in a moment of excitement, are getting an award from the Franklin Hampshire Workforce Board for their collaborative efforts for economic development in the Pioneer Valley. And then Mayor Shara promoted last year the Masonic Street Live installation, which did some of the teaching of folks to salsa dance, then prepared them for the salsa in the park stuff. And so there was a lot of funding, or not a lot, a small amount of funding for all of those things that we think had a major impact on bringing back some of our hotel, motel, and restaurant revenue, local excise taxes. So this pot of money is trying to continue those initiatives that have begun and start to imagine, this is free cash, but trying to figure out how we encourage this kind of behavior moving forward and expand on it. And so the mayor also has come up with this garage band idea, which is to activate the space on the other side of the E.J. Gare garage, on the brewery side, that little park. And I can go through exactly what all these funds are for, line by line. But to build another Summer on Strong / Masonic Street Live installation there where music might play in the same early hours. Again, this being a sort of early evening, get people downtown. Hopefully they stay, go out for dinner and enjoy our bars. And then also a last little pot of money and the thought is for Florence. And we haven't really talked about them, but trying to spread the great ideas around and hopefully, I think the mayor's idea here was the lawn between Lilly Library and the Florence Civic Center where things happen already, but to try and maybe by infusing a little bit of money, have them expand the kinds of things that happen there and see what they can do. And then, so I guess it probably just makes sense to go down the kinds of things that we're talking about here for this. So each of those 4 music locations, Summer on Strong, Masonic Street Live, Garage Band, possibly something in Florence we're hoping represent $5,000 for this. So there's 20. We also need a stage, and not just for a garage band, which is where we intend to put it, but for things like the Taste of Northampton. It's become, we've needed a stage for many of the things that we're thinking about doing between the Arts Council and Economic Development. So $10,000 to invest in a portable, easy setup, easy bring down, professional portable stage for acts to use for whatever initiatives we come up with, but certainly for the garage band on the other side by the brewery there. We have $5,000 set aside for soil and filters for those barrier planters that we use all over the city, and that's in Leeds, that's in Florence, there are a couple of them next to JFK, certainly downtown. They're helping define the lines, first for outdoor dining and then later for installations like the ones I've been talking about. And then also the other thing that was super important this most recent year and an innovation in carrying forward of good ideas was purchasing tables and chairs for public areas within these spaces. And this was something that I think Councilor Jarrett and before him, Councilor Dwight, was very important that these not be just installations that benefited a few specific businesses, but felt like public spaces that anyone could, say, buy a burrito at Bueno y Sano and go and sit in Summer and Strong in the public area. And so we bought, I think all told, I want to say it was 18 four-tops last year. And so this is to buy more for Garage Band. Summer and Strong has asked for more. And then we also, along with Central Services, hopefully want to repopulate some of the tables in the Pulaski Park gravel, I don't know what we call that. But all of those tables pretty much have walked away or been destroyed at this point. And that has long been sort of the expectation. So we're considering something a little more durable there, but also trying to balance the need to clear it when it's time to dance and put the dance floor out. So, but seating, public seating around is 10,000 of this. So all that together adds up to this $45,000, which I think and I believe we have demonstrated over the last couple of years that small infusions of cash here make huge impacts on our local receipts regeneration. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions about this order? Go ahead. ahead, Counselor.
I just have to say something because this really excites me. I'm so pleased to have worked on the Masonic Street Live stuff and do some programming. And I saw our Director of Arts and Culture, Brian Foote, out today looking at the space for garage bands. I ran into him, and I'm excited to work on that as well. My question is are these funds per event for programming, for paying for bands, or what are we doing with that?
It's paying for bands.
Okay, perfect. Great work, everybody.
And we'd been for some events, we'd had to rent a stage, so we actually sort of looked at what that cost, and to be able to buy a stage that we can use all around is going to pay for itself pretty quickly.
Yeah, my question was whether or not we were looking into providing sound systems and stuff as well, but it's going to paying for people.
Okay. Yeah, I want to thank Alan for all of his work on this, and the mayor. But just the enthusiasm that, that Alan demonstrates, and then we have a finance director who thinks her job's fun, and she's really good at it. This is good. So.
We have a good time up there.
Counselor Foster.
All right, since it's in my mind, I'm going to ask, so thinking about the portable temporary stage, which, by the way, these projects are great, Alan, and I'm glad that Councilor Perry, you kicked off that we said something, because it's exciting. The stage is, I'm assuming it's elevated, and I was thinking about wheelchair access to the stage, and I'm wondering if the stage itself is accessible, or if there's a portable ramp. Well, there are portable ramps, just if you thought, if you knew how that piece would be addressed.
It's an excellent question.
I can bring that up with
Brian.
Director Foote. Yeah, Brian. I think we need to purchase one that has an option, or we need to figure something out. I think that's an excellent point, and thank you for bringing it into the consciousness of this decision.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this order? Okay, next of the group is item 23.263, in order to authorize additional FY 2023 intermunicipal agreements. And I now know what a hearing officer is.
Did you want to have information on these?
Sure, do I have to come up there? Can I do it here? I can't see my.
And it was Director Nardi who helped me understand it.
So yes, this is a new intermunicipal agreement that we would have with Belchertown. We have agreements with the towns of Amherst, Hadley, and Southampton, and East Hampton for the position of municipal hearing officer. So if there is a code violation in one of these communities and the violator asks for a hearing, then our officer acts as their employee and goes and conducts that hearing and makes a decision. And this is a hearing officer, and it's out of the fire department, so it would be code violations for fire.
And our officer is former Chief Nichols, right?
Correct.
Counselor Jarrett.
There's the second part seems very exciting to me. If you want to speak to that too.
So I don't have a lot of information, and again, I don't know if our CIO, Pagan, is here to talk about that, but it is very exciting, and I know he is looking forward their support in doing the upgrades for our fiber optic system. Is he here?
I don't see Antonio.
He's not here, but this one, if I'm not mistaken, is the Whip City Fiber Intermunicipal, is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's right.
And so this is for the extended fiber loop that connects down to the senior center, and I think it goes out to Glendale Road. We've been talking about this project for some time. but I think I think, if I'm not mistaken, the contract is in fact executed or close to it to hire Whip City Fiber to do that, to finally install this high-speed ring that connects a lot of facilities. And I think it's been before you guys on several aspects of it already. But this is to get, and this is also pretty exciting because you may remember that Cooley, when they were doing some work, cut the fiber line to Smith Vocational, and Whip City Fiber, you guys quickly did a quick sort of one-time intermunicipal so we could hire Whip City to go fix that, and they were out and had it done in no time, and Smith Vocational was back up with internet. And so I think we've been pretty impressed with their services, and it's also, whatever happens next in a larger sense, it's forging a relationship with someone who might execute some physical installation of broadband assets in the city over time.
Yeah, I guess I saw Westfield, and I know they have municipal internet, and I thought, oh, is this a contract with them to help us do municipal internet? But it is not. It is a contract, so that's
it's
why
a specific
that's why I got
predefined
excited.
project, which is certainly a step where we have more municipal internet resources, but it's not what you're thinking.
Yeah, okay. Well, I look forward to hearing more at some point.
Okay. I'm on to the next and third item of this group. Item 23.264, in order to appropriate free cash to purchase Lucas 3 devices for Northampton Fire Rescue. So these, I believe, were those devices that were demonstrated on that tour where
Exactly.
you put
Yes.
the individual in it and it automatically does CPR.
Yeah, these are amazing life-saving devices that Chief Davin showed us when we were over at Fire Rescue. And it was already supposed to be on the SIP for next year to replace these. But we, or the Fire Rescue got a letter just a few weeks ago saying that, so currently we have Lucas 2, saying that Lucas 2 will no longer be eligible for maintenance, and they basically are being decommissioned, which was sooner than what we had planned. And these are things that we absolutely need. They've tried to get other funding for this and haven't been successful. So we have to kind of scramble and get this done now, even though this had been planned to be done in I think the next fiscal year.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. I had my hand up before, but.
I know,
you
I
didn't
was
see it.
shifting.
Yes, this is what you've been waiting for.
See you.
Councilor
Okay. Question, Mayor. I support this 100%, always will. But my question is, it kind of worries me. Apparently, they are saying that the Lucas 2 devices will no longer be eligible for service or preventive maintenance support contracts because parts are not going to be made anymore. What happens? We order these parts, these new ones, and something happens to them.
So, no, we currently have Lucas 2, and we were planning to replace them. We are going to be buying Lucas 3 devices to replace them. So Lucas 2, as of July 1st, will no longer be maintained or be able to be replaced or eligible for service. But the Lucas 3 devices, which is what this order is for, will then be able to be used for many years. So we'd already planned to move to Lucas 3. The Lucas folks are just making this change happen sooner than.
Okay, so 2 is no longer, in 3, if something should occur with a problem with it, with the device?
Yes, they will be supported.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions about these 3 items being moved as a group? Okay, hearing no more discussion. Laura, roll call, please. You still there, Laura?
Yes.
Doing it.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, so those three items, 23.262, 23.263, and 23.264 will appear on the consent agenda at our next meeting on the 30th. Next up, 23.275, in order to appropriate additional funding for hybrid inspection vehicle. This is in first reading, but there's also a request that we approve this tonight. All right, let's see. And so, Mayor, Director Nardi and I spoke, so this is additional money that we had originally set it aside, but then we thought we were going to get a vehicle at a lower price, and then, but now,
Then the vehicle disappeared, and this is another one of these situations where we're actually going out of state to New Hampshire to be able to get a hybrid vehicle.
so we're pretty much reinstating what we originally approved.
Yes, with a little bit of an increase to be able to get this vehicle this year.
And then there's one other piece that we might get money for a grant for like $5,000 once we purchase it.
Right, the Green Communities grants will apply for that grant, which will make up a good amount of this difference. That'd be 5,000, I think I said that.
So it's looking like 9, but it's really going to be more like 4.
For change, yeah. For-
Any questions, counselors?
Yes, I do.
Counselor Labarge?
Yes. What year is that vehicle? It's a 216, correct, Mayor?
The one that we're trading in,
Yes.
do you know, Charlene?
I don't, I'm sorry. It was voted in the 2023 SIP. So I'm sorry, I don't know. It was voted in the 2023 SIP, and I don't know what year that vehicle was, but it was approved by council to
Right,
replace
I
it.
remember that.
Yep.
I remember that. I think it was a 216. I'm not sure year of that. I was just wondering how many repairs on it and the cost of the repairs.
We would have to ask the building commissioner that. But yeah, again, this had already been, the replacement for it had already been approved in the last capital improvement program.
Right, I remember that, but I was just curious about it.
So Mayor, the reason we're still considering this is because we weren't able to purchase a vehicle.
Yes, this is one of
So
these
now here we
situations.
are a year later.
Yeah. Very few of the vehicles we purchased last year have we actually been able to get until this year.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes, I just, again, applaud the diligence of going out of state, finding a hybrid. It's going to cost us a little more, but it's going to pay off in the long run, and we're demonstrating our commitment to those carbon neutral goals. I move suspension of rules so this can be approved tonight.
Second.
I second it.
Okay, a motion made by Counselor Moulton, and I'm going to give this to Counselor Perry for the second, and,
I'm not sure you did the first vote, did you?
oh. Well, we need to get this on the, we need a motion to approve, right. So we need, go ahead.
We don't actually, because we don't vote on the first reading,
That's
Counselor
right.
Perry jumped in at just the right moment, so if we can suspend the rules so that we can vote tonight.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's what's on the floor.
Suspension of rules.
Yeah, okay. So any further discussion of suspension of the rules? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Move approval?
Second?
Okay, motion made to approve this tonight by Counselor Jarrett, seconded by Counselor Elkins. Any discussion on approving tonight? Counselor Foster.
Been waiting for the opportunity for more discussion on the order itself. I asked this last year, and I'll ask again just in case anything has changed. I believe that as a municipality, if we buy hybrids or electrics, right, that the tax credits that a private buyer would receive, the municipality is not eligible for. Are there other incentives that we're eligible for as a city that help bring the cost down, or no?
No, not
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And even the electric ones, I don't know, someone just pitched me that we could use those. For when we purchase a vehicle? Oh, for all electric. I'm not familiar enough to speak, and that might be here in Massachusetts. And maybe that's even when you register them, I'm not sure when that happens. But we can't apply for this Green Communities grant for this.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve this tonight. Looking at Mary Ann and Rachel. Okay. All right. Hearing no further discussion, Laura, roll call to approve this tonight.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.275, in order to appropriate additional funding for hybrid inspection vehicle, has been approved this evening by suspending the rules. All right. Next. All right, we've done that, we've done that. Now we are down to orders. We have an administrative order to amend the City of Northampton Administrative Code. This is in first reading. I'm gonna pull up this. I'm going to read this, Mayor, okay?
Sure.
Okay. To the honorable members of City Council, pursuant to my authority under Article 6, Section 6-1 of the City Charter, I am respectfully submitting the attached administrative order making the following change to the city's administrative code. Reduce the number of Council on Aging members required by the administrative code from 15 to 9. Currently, the Council on Aging is not holding meetings because they cannot achieve a quorum of members. The COA is one of the few remaining multi-member bodies to dictate a specific number of required members in the administrative code. In my experience, maintaining memberships this large is a struggle for all boards and commissions that enumerate a required number of members. I am supported in submitting this order by the current Council on Aging members and the city's Senior Services Director. There are currently 7 appointed members of the COA, and I am working to submit for an appointment some new members to achieve full membership as of this revision. With your support for this change, I am confident that it will be possible to maintain a membership of 9 members going forward, so there will be no difficulties achieving a quorum. And this is in first, and we're doing a hearing on this, right? So this is introduction, and we'll vote on it at our next meeting after a hearing. Any questions or thoughts? Okay, so it has been introduced. Okay. Yes. We are now up to ordinances. We have 2 items here, and do we want to take these as a group because they're kind of part of the same discussion? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to take these as a group.
Move approval of ordinances A 23.244 and B 23.245 as a group.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Foster, seconded by Counselor Gore to take these 2 items as a group. And that brings us, all right, where are they? I think these are easier just to describe them. The first one is relative to parking on North Elm Street. The order is to remove the parking zone that abuts Child's Park. So this is what I would think of as the northbound lane of one of the Elm Streets, North Elm, I think at that point. Then it becomes 2 different Elms. But, and that the intent, oh, Laura, look at her go. There we go, we got a picture. And that, that at Legislative Matters, Director LaScalia shared that her intention is to, in the near future, to stripe this so it's a bike lane. And that, and this is all part of, related to creating safety changes at the high school. And now I'm looking for.
Sorry, who are you looking for?
I'm looking for our remote counselors.
Oh.
Counselor Foster.
I'm not remote, but I'm gonna.
You might as well all be remote.
I think we've discussed this quite a bit in council, but, when the cyclist Charlie Brown was killed by a driver at the Woodlawn and Elm Street intersection, it was a personal tragedy and also brought to light, I think, a renewed focus on this intersection near the high school where there's just so much going on, and with the change in school start times, the Director LaScalia and Chief Casper have been really responsive to looking at this intersection and what changes may be able to be made. We spent quite a bit of time with it at TPC, and the high school PTO, Megan Peck, really took the lead on getting a lot of different stakeholder feedback on what may make a difference. And there was always this little bit of a tension between knowing that we need to move very quickly because it is an intersection with a lot going on, and then waiting for the traffic study. And so we temporarily blocked parking on that side of Elm Street across from the high school, and did receive quite a bit of positive feedback about improved sight lines at the crosswalks. And then, now that it's coming down through state level, that we can make a school zone K-12, it's like a no-brainer that these are 2 things we can do right now while we kind of keep the wheels in motion for the much larger safety improvements at this intersection. So these are ordinances that I think a lot of people are deeply invested in, that both feel like a long time coming and also like total light speed for municipal government. I'm excited that they're here tonight and glad we can take this step.
Councilor Giard.
Yeah, I absolutely concur. And at the close of this meeting, I'll be biking on that very stretch, and I'm looking forward to not having to go around any cars.
Okay. We got a group here, so I'm going to read the next one, and I guess people can go back to this one and comment a little if they wish. The second one is to, this is to create school zones at both Northampton High School and at Smith Voken Agricultural High School. Both of these schools are on Route 9 and did not qualify previously for school zones because that was not extended to high schools. That was junior highs and elementary schools could qualify for school zones. A recent change has made this possible. And by creating these school zones during times of day where the school is in session, the speed limit can be reduced. And we're looking to approve these school zones and that also that Director Lascalia said that this has been shared with the engineers and that the intention is to design, as designs are being developed, that the school zone feature be incorporated as part of that. So that's my overview. Any thoughts, discussion? Let's see. Yeah, Councilor Jarrett, go ahead.
In legislative matters, I spoke about the Smith Voc receiving attention as well for making sure that the crossings there and the people pulling out, all of that is safer too in the future. And I hope that there isn't a current plan to redo that stretch, but I believe that is needed, and I hope that can get attention as well at some point.
Thank you, Councilor.
Just on that, we also applied for a grant. So Senator, I think I've told you all this before, Senator Comerford helped us apply for a grant that was only supposed to be available for one school in a district, but I argued that we are the only place that has 2 districts, therefore we should be able to apply twice. So we have applied for flashing school zone signs using grant funds at Smith Voc and also at the high school that I very much hope we will get. So yes, we are trying to have both of these places, which are near each other and have similar problems, be addressed in this way that we now can with this change. So thanks.
Thank you. And I should clarify, I think that's great. I'm very appreciative of that. But I was more referring to the road design, that it's currently 4 lanes or 2 lanes in each direction and no bike lanes. And I'm sure that if we were to update that, it would probably become something like 1 lane in each direction with the turn lane and bike lanes. So I hope that can be looked into.
Yeah, because it is so wide there and everything that you've just identified was one of the reasons I thought it was really important that we at least be able to get some sort of other visual clues to get people to slow down there as well.
Thank you.
Okay, we have this group on the floor. Well, I just want to add that, that as somebody who worked with youth back, 10, 20 years ago, to travel train them from the high school and, and advocated for those bus stops that are at the high school now. And these were, these were kids in programs, for students with disabilities, and getting them out in the community and teaching them to make the judgment calls of dealing with an Elm Street where you have a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. That it was this is a long time overdue that we're taking these steps, and these 2 ordinances are relative to the bigger picture, but it's really great that we're finally taking a hard look at this, and so this is great. Any other discussion?
I'd move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Didn't we have a motion?
Oh, we already did it.
Yeah, we had a motion on the floor, so.
Ready.
Sorry.
That's okay.
No, I think
You're anxious
Calling
to
the
vote.
question.
That's right, I'm calling the question.
All right, Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Jarrett,
yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
okay. Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Okay, that brings us to resolutions, and that is where 23.256, a resolution to adopt the capital improvement program for FY 2024 through FY 2028, submitted to City Council. That's here in first reading, and it's here for introduction. Does anybody think that they didn't get an introduction? So, so unless there's more discussion on this, I think we've done our work around this. So that brings us to item 18, continued discussion of hybrid meeting guidelines, optional directive to state legislators regarding preferred meeting format. And so this is here tonight because as Counselor Foster and I talked about a few weeks ago, we said we'd have it on the agenda to discuss further, to see if there's anything we want to do as a body in terms of advocating for something with the state legislators around, hybrid, remote aspects of running a meeting. And that it's my understanding right now that what's before the House and the Senate are options to allow bodies such as ours to remain remote. And that, so what it looks like what will be coming down the pike for us is that we will have the option to do what we want. And so that I'm not sure we need to do, in my opinion, whether or not we need to do any advocating. But I do think what it's going to prompt is for us to figure out what we want to do beyond our hybrid March format. And I'm not sure we're ready to decide on how to move forward tonight. I don't think I am.
I'm not either.
Yeah, it being, 11:30 at night, and that, but I think what I'd like to do is put this on the agenda at our next meeting. We will probably have more information from the state, and we can set a plan to move forward, could be for a few months, or it could be for the remainder of the year. I will say this, that I am partial to the idea of the very, really important meetings that we have, like when we consider the budget. I think while it's a little unwieldy to have a hybrid format, the having people be here in person and to come in remotely, I think we might want to make those efforts. There may be other times where maybe for our summer meetings, that we consider being remote. But anyway, all of those things, ideas will be on the table at our next meeting. And if people want to come forward with proposals at that time, we'll have to figure something out. But let's not do it tonight.
Councilor Maori has her hand up.
Oh, Councilor Maori.
No, I just was going to say that at our next Finance Committee meeting, I'll put on the agenda a discussion about the format for the budget hearings in May. I'd like to discuss that as well with the Finance Committee.
Excellent. Okay. Any further discussion on this item?
So,
Councilor
Nash, March 30th will be a hybrid meeting like.
Yeah, it will be a hybrid meeting. Okay.
Move to adjourn?
Yeah, I'll entertain. Okay, motion made by Counselor Foster, seconded by Counselor Elkins to adjourn. There's no discussion on adjournment. Remote Laura, do the roll call.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
And Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. That was a really interesting meeting, and our DPW is out there cleaning up Main
I
Street
know.
right now.
That's new.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on.
Thank you, Laura.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to
you.
Maybe our birthday present should be not singing.
Look at Jim.